Oh, alright, let me see. Let's get the goat on the phone. Alright. Right here. Hello, everybody, chat. How are you all doing today? We're gonna get things going fast. Oh! Hello there.
Hello.
General Kenobi! Oh my god. Oh, I knew exactly where I was going with the whole Kenobi thing.
It went over my head till you brought it up. I don't know why I have a profile picture of the bastard.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. The profile picture slaps.
Yes. It's 2003 Grievous, though, so that quote is irrelevant to him.
The Chad Grievous, yeah.
The superior Grievous, I must say.
By the way, I was gonna draw you something, but this was kind of last second, so here you go.
Oh. Hey, it's not Christmas. It's not even July anymore. That doesn't apply.
I know, but like I remember your Christmas specials, and they were fun.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
All right, everybody in chat, say hello to Magma Ren. This guy has been a massive inspiration for my art in general. He's the GOAT, so gotta pay respects.
Hello, chat. Welcome to the stream.
Because, like, I saw the first little bit of your Into the Pit thing, and it's pretty much the same vibe.
Basically, yeah, I'm pretty much this in real life.
Oh, man. So... Twisted Truth. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's done.
Finally.
It's done.
God.
How does it feel?
It's a weird feeling because, I mean, I've been like burnt out on it for a while, and then obviously picked it back up and started finishing it, and then I did finish it. So I'm like kind of happy that it's done because I'm tired of telling that story, but at the same time I'm like, like that was the thing I always fell back on, you know, for content to make. Whereas like now it's like, so now what? So what do I do?
Yeah,
what do I make now?
like,
I gotta get those brain juices flowing so I could actually figure out what I want to make next.
Pretty much, because what was with that whole Vanny being teased at the end like this isn't over? Like, bro, you don't have to do anymore. Stop.
Well, that's gonna lead into something else. It's not. I mean, obviously that character is gonna be that like Twisted Truth version of Vanny, but the story. I have ideas for projects I want to do in the future, involving her. And like maybe trying to find some way to bring William back, but it won't be like Twisted Truth related. Like the Twisted Truth is done, right? Anything that was set up is for like some spin-off story.
That storyline, it's finally over after what, 2 years? Like,
I wish it was 2 years.
4 years? Because I remember,
Yeah.
like, dude, like, no joke. Back when I first discovered your channel, your newest video was Twisted Animatronics Part 2, where Foxy was asking the civilians, have you seen a big gray wolf around here?
Yeah, that's old, too. That's like, what, maybe 2017, 20... That video, that's old, this video. I don't even remember that video, but you just brought it back up, and now I think about how terrible those drawings look.
That X Lizzie, yeah, pretty much. But yeah, like, remembering that makes me feel so old, bro.
How do you think I feel? I'm the maker of that shit. I was like, what's if it was 17? I think I was in high school when I made that. I'm an old man now. I have kids.
Wait, you have kids canonically?
No, I don't.
Okay. Because
Larry's my only child. He's in the chat here somewhere. I'm pretty sure I saw him.
You said you had no maidens when we DM'd earlier, so I'm like,
that is true. I am maidenless.
Oh gosh. I mean, hey, you'll get your good someday, bro. You'll get your good. You just gotta you just gotta have faith, man.
Yes, yes.
By the way, something came in the mail from Makeshift.
Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Oh.
Have you ever watched Pastra?
That does not sound familiar. I don't know what that is.
Oh, I ordered his Lankman makeshift plush on the...
Oh, Pastra, I'm stupid. I call him
Yeah.
Postra, so that's why I didn't know who you were talking about at first.
Pastra. Oh,
Yeah.
I got Lankman. Toon Lankman. I can send you a picture of what he looks like, but yo, there he
Sure.
is. He's got the fuzzy texture as normal. Welcome to the family, buddy. Okay, I don't have a webcam, so I can't, like, show them, so I have to just DM you an image.
Alright, that works.
Also, for music in the background, we got Sonic and the Secret Rings. W game.
I've never played, so I'll take your word for it.
Have you played, I mean, okay, I know you've played some Sonic games, but have you played any, like, when you were a kid, or any like that?
I think I got Sonic 3 on the Xbox 360, and then my brother got, I think it was called Sonic Generations, right? That's like the first time, like, I say old Sonic, but in reality it was like young Sonic meets the newer modeled Sonic. I think it was called Generations. And those are the only two I've played. I've mainly only watched like the shows and then the movie.
Oh, okay.
That's where I get all my knowledge from.
I don't remember your... Oh. I think I asked you this, but I don't remember your answer. Are you more of a Mario guy or a Sonic guy?
I definitely played Mario more, but honestly, I'm indifferent between the two. I never like was massive into either of those as a kid. Once Star Wars entered my life, that's all it was for a good chunk of my...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was locked and loaded. We're talking theory videos. We're talking not really. I would buy the novels, but I wouldn't read them only because they had Star Wars on them. And I was like, yeah, and then not gonna read it. But now I have started reading them because, well, Disney can't pull their weight.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so chat, I just put the Linkman plush on the desk so you can see whatever came in the mail for me just now looks like.
Oh, I see him. He looks lovely.
Plus a rambly raccoon I ordered on the same day from a Unique Geese, so that should be on the way too. Indigo Park is not a big... I'm not a big fan of Indigo Park, but it is the best thing Mascot Horror has produced in, like, forever.
Since FNAF.
Since Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yes.
Alright, so... Okay, so back when you were making Twisted Freddy, this is kind of something that everybody asks, something that makes a long series. Did you have the whole story, like, did you have the whole story planned out, or did you not expect to be making a whole 4-season extravaganza?
No, that was not my intention. I made Twisted Freddy as a result of Twisted Ones coming out, the book, because it was like Scott had released all those like teaser images. And I mean, I didn't know anything about the book. I just saw the images, like, oh, it's pretty cool. And so I was like, oh, I'll just make I'll cash in on the hype of Twisted Ones, you know, and I made Twisted Freddy, thinking, I was like thinking maybe this is what the story would be like, I don't know. And so I made it, and then that was probably the first video to ever like blow up on my channel. And then people were just saying, oh, make more. And I was like, okay. And so I made more. And then after that series ended, people were like, well, are you going to do more? And I was like, I could do that. And so I just kept making more and more. And they're very much not fleshed out. You could just look at them, right? And just like the stories are kind of all over the place at times. I think people are more so there because they like seeing those characters get involved and get into wacky shenanigans and stuff. So yeah, it was not planned at all. Twisted Truth is probably the one that got the most planning, in the sense of like I really took a long time to like flesh out where I want it to go and what I want the story and the adventure to be, I suppose.
Honestly, Twisted Nightmare kind of felt like it was a little... Like, the first two felt pretty contained, but Twisted Nightmare kind of felt like it was kind of all over the place because there was so much going on.
Yeah, no, that's just absolutely true, because there was so much I wanted to do, but being a ambitious young moron who's just, I was like, I just like making these things. These are fun. I like drawing these characters, and I had ideas for where to go, but they kind of just, as I put pen to paper, I was like, man, I really should have thought this through, because this, one, it doesn't make sense, and two, some of these things. Also, I don't mean to go off topic. I didn't know IBAS had a freaking... What is that? What tool are you using? I'm watching the stream right now. Is that new?
IBS Paint. No, yeah. This is like I think this is called a curve tool or whatever. This is where you can make straight lines by clicking the different places. I didn't
know they had that.
Oh, they had that for like a while. definitely.
Oh, I missed out on that. Ever since I went to Procreate, I haven't looked back at IABS Paint.
Yeah, I could You want me to screen share on Discord, or do you want to just...
No, I'm watching the stream. It's fine. I just have it muted so I don't hear hear repeats or anything. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. I was just baffled by that. I didn't know they had that tool in there at all. It makes it a lot easier to draw, actually.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so usually I'm better at this, but at this moment I literally don't know how to handle this frame, and I don't do sketches. I told you this beforehand. So, like, oh my gosh. Oh, shout out to Jax for the $2. Hey, you should do a I'm you with the villain and N. Okay, that's interesting, buddy, but what would you like on the desk?
That was their first super chat. What an honor.
Oh, it's crazy. But yeah, no, like, okay, so Twisted Freddy, even though the art
Good.
had more to be desired, I definitely was always more interested in the overall story, and I thought it was pretty good on Twisted Freddy and Twisted Animatronics, because it's a whole nother type beat from the actual series, and it kept me entertained for those last few years in high school.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed them. I can't look at them without wanting to puke.
I mean, yeah, you literally did a watch party. I was, and I watched that stream, bro.
Yeah. I think you're on to something. Those were a lot more contained stories, whereas like something like Twisted Nightmare was very much more ambitious with a lot of characters, and then I would just involve more characters as time went on. But it felt like they were kind of not. Like there was no place for them. They were just there, which is somewhat true because it was a lot of it was like the hype of like the newer games and stuff, and just be like, oh my gosh, there's Scrap Baby now. Oh, what is this? A Molten Freddy? What is this?
Yeah.
Scrap Trap? He looks ugly, but that's pretty cool. You know, so it was more of a lot of thrown in characters that I was like, I really should have planned out better how I was going to involve them and keep them around.
Well, if you planned it out more, you'd still be working on the Twisted Truth. So, you know, you can take what you can get.
Yeah, but I'd have a better story. I mean, every artist is their own critic, I guess, or their own worst critic. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like, especially now, I think it's safe to say I'm a lot better now than I was back then. I just wish, like, that's why I'm doing the Twisted Freddy remake, you know, is to be like, the thing that started this whole thing, I feel like I should remake it and then fix the problems that I have with it, and keep the foundation of the story, because that's what people liked about it, but just fix the little issues or plot holes or errors or whatever that was in the overall series.
I remember watching your stream about reacting to Twisted Freddy, and you legit said, like, maybe I'll remake Twisted Freddy and Twisted Animatronics, but you legit said, no, not doing Twisted Nightmares, because it looks fine. And, like, yeah, I do agree. I don't think it needs a revisit. But even I think...
At least not for a while.
Yeah. So, what's gonna happen to that Twisted Freddy remake? Is it a scrapped idea, or is it you're gonna be taking a break or whatever?
No, I'm gonna keep working on it. I'm just thinking about right now I'm working on the movie, so that's gonna come out probably next. And then, I don't know if I wanna... I'm gonna pick back up Twisted Freddy for sure. I'm definitely finishing that, but I don't know if I want to just like do a one-off video, take a break for a bit from the like a series concept, and then get back on Twisted Freddy, or I'm just thinking right now. I'm just planning out I'm getting the strategy ready.
You're getting the strategy. You got the whole chessboard set up in 4-dimensional style. I love it.
But these fools are playing checkers, so no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I don't even know who these fools are. I guess me. I'm the only one playing on the board.
You're the only one playing on the board.
That means my dumbass also set up the checkers bar.
He also set up the checkers on the side, just to be just to be certain. Oh, that's great. But yeah, no, like when I was watching Twisted Nightmare, it was definitely more enjoyable than the last two. But like I said earlier, it did feel kind of all over the place because it went like, you know, oh, there's Rockstar animatronics. Oh, they're taking back to Pizzeria. That's cool. Oh, what? Springtrap is back. What? Phantom animatronics. What? Rockstar Bunny's eyes are green. That plot line didn't last long. And then the Nightmare animatronics, and then William Afton came back with the Twisted animatronics. It was a free for all. Everyone's dying. What the heck is going on?
Yeah, very, very complicated, very confusing. Yeah, like that's funny you brought up the green-eyed Bonnie thing because I didn't know his eyes were green, or I don't know why. Just for some reason I just assumed they were red, even though I had seen the character like a billion times because I actually played Pizzeria Simulator. But like. Bro, yeah, I just got so many comments from people being like, his eyes are green! I'm like, fuck it, I'll make them green. They're green now, but I also went with that stupid plot point of him, like, wanting to lead the band now for some reason.
Bruh, I didn't play the game, and even I knew his eyes were green.
I know, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that. I mean, I knew Toy Bonnie's were green, but for some reason, it just... I think because Toy Bonnie is so different that I just assumed that... Well, I was like, oh, of course his are green, but this Rockstar version, he's like almost identical to Bonnie, so I just assumed they were red like the normal Bonnies. I don't know why I didn't know they were green. I can't explain that one. That was just pure stupidity.
Yeah, that's fine. We all have our hiccups. Okay. So what was your most favorite original concept of your like whole big series extravaganza and all that?
Original concept? Like original video that I made, or?
Well, original ideas, like characters or story directions and all that. Anything from that category, pretty much?
Death Trap.
Yeah, me too. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he's hilarious to write for just because it's just... I could do whatever the hell I want with him and people accept it just because he's a psychotic, like, freak. So it works out really well.
You want to know something that's been on the back of my head for, like, ever since the I don't know, the beginning of the last quarter of Twisted Truth, yeah?
What?
Is that I remember seeing your sister location video from a few years back, where it literally showed a death trap killing Ennard, and then Ennard is there somehow again, even though it continues off of that.
Yeah, if I had completed that one, what would have happened is, all the other like fun times would have like at some point interacted with Death Trap, being like, who the heck are you? And then him being like, I'll never tell. And then they like find Ennard's body, rebuild him, and then he kind of like explains to them everything, and then they try to stop him from like, I guess breaking out. He was, because the point was I wanted to do like where you watch each of them break out of wherever they're trapped. Like I was gonna have Lumi, the Bat one, be like in some warehouse. I was gonna have, I don't remember where I was gonna have Sari be, the Dark Clown. But yeah, I wanted to do that, like show where each of them were before like Twisted animatronics, or the ending of it rather, where they all meet up in that park. But then I was like, I don't want to do this anymore, so I just canceled it.
Yeah,
I just canceled it.
I'm out. I'm done with this shit, man.
I didn't want to. Because I didn't really, I mean, maybe controversial take. I'm not that big a fan of Sister Location.
That is not controversial. That game was a major disappointment for many reasons. I don't have a problem with it. I like it. But I think everybody can agree the trailer of the game is so much better than the actual game.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, is it, because I saw your video of you ranking like the versions of William Afton. I can only assume that your big beef, especially with that, and that's probably my big beef with it too, is what it did to William Afton as a character.
Because like, I'm surprised you saw that, because that video got no maidens, bro.
Well, I mean, I was just curious to see what your thoughts were on it, because that's something that's been talked about a lot recently, is like, because everybody loves like Springtrap, right? But now we're all like, we're looking at him being like, man, he is they've turned Springtrap into what like the Clone Wars did to General Grievous, kind of like the mustache twirling villain, kind of like, I'll get you next time, and then run away.
hey, I didn't have a problem with that. General Grievous was done in Clone Wars, bro.
Yeah, I love Grievous too, but you gotta admit, like, going from that, or coming from, see, I saw the 2003 Clone Wars first, so I had huge expectations for Grievous, and so I was a little disappointed with that direction for the droid general. So that's why I bring it up. But I do love Grievous, and even if he's like the cowardly like villain they made him in the series, he still had his moments that were pretty cool.
Dude, but like season 1, the layer of Grievous, like
Beautiful
my gosh,
episode.
that was a beautiful episode, man.
Yeah.
I'm just glad the character got so much more content, because originally after the 2003 film, The Revenge of the Sith happened, and we finally got to see him on the big screen, and he basically was only there just to get killed, which...
Yeah,
I mean,
that was tragic.
Yeah, after that happened, on my initial reaction, I was like, at least the fight was cool.
Well, you gotta admit, like, to have a character that shows up for that long, and then become that beloved... Even he didn't even do that much if you think about it. He showed up, kind of like coughed a bit, said "You lose, General Kenobi," like ran away, and then revealed he had 4 arms and he could wield 4 lightsabers with, and everybody was like, "All right, I'm in love." He's awesome. And he didn't even have to do that much, the character, to become this one of the most beloved characters in the franchise.
This character, Grievous needs his own series, man. He 100%.
Oh, I would love that.
He 100% needs it, because he's so well. Here's the thing. There's so much to his character. They overloaded him and everything, but yet they didn't give him enough spotlight in like anything.
Yeah, it's true. It's a tragic, true tale.
Remember when we were on the group VC with some of your subscribers, and like, freaking, you showed me the one clip of Grievous in the new series, and I lost it. I went livid, because why would you hype him up in the trailer just to be a 2-second cameo?
It was a cool 2 seconds, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, you're absolutely right. Like, they had he was hyped up as hell in the trailer, and then I'm pretty sure it's literally for only 1 minute and 30 seconds he's in the entire, like, 6-episode series, I mean, Vader got the worst of it, man. Literally, I kid you not, I'm pretty sure it's only 10 seconds Vader is in the whole series, and he doesn't say anything, he doesn't do anything, he just walks in, sits on like a throne, and then that's it. So, but yeah, no, that was disappointing with Grievous.
It feels like they're toying with us. They go into the trailer. It feels like in the trailer they string along the little Grievous worm for us Grievous guppies, and then the moment the thing comes out, they just yank it out after like a little taste, like, oh, a little nibble. It's pretty good. I want a whole meal, and I'm like, oh, sorry, you got to pay the bill.
Yeah, it's almost like they know nobody cares about the real characters they want to talk about. They're newer characters, and in fact, more people would rather see the well-established, beloved characters get their due justice.
Well, it doesn't matter, because they don't give us enough time with them anyway. So who cares?
Yeah, I mean, he was really cool in that like minute. That was like the best, I think. I mean, because that whole scene's supposed to take place during the Clone Wars, right? Where he's like slaughtering the Night Sisters and stuff. And I think that is by far one of the coolest Grievous moments. He's just laughing, having a good time, just slaughtering these witches, and it was just I was like, oh my, that's it, baby, that's the Grievous I know and love.
Yeah, I really do. Like, I'm a big sucker for villains who know they are evil and they love it. Like DBZ. I don't know if you've ever seen Dragon Ball Z Broly. Have you seen that?
Like the original version of Broly? Yeah, where he's just screaming Kakarot the entire time.
Well, before that, he actually did have some, like, callous writing. The way he pinned down Gohan, then looked at Goku and went, Kakarot, how much do you love your son? Like, those moments, bro. They legit build the entire character just from those moments right there, where they're so cold.
It's just like you said, it's just evil for evil's sake, and I think I like that too, because so many times now it feels like we get like a new show or series, not like just like Star Wars related, but anything that's got like heroes and villains, but the villains are like these almost misunderstood, oh, they were wronged, and now they're trying to, almost like they're sympathetic, and I don't mind a sympathetic villain, but there's a difference between like a sympathetic villain and then being like, how do I say it? It's like somebody who could like, who's just, I don't know, like misunderstood, like they could become the good guy, you know? like I just want emperors. You know, some people are just flat out evil. You know, they're just bad people, and I just sometimes, and you kind of have to have that for a story sometimes, especially to make the hero's victory feel even better. And I feel like too many times these days it's just like, well, let's try to redeem the character. You know, maybe they're not so bad, even though they just slaughtered like a village of people or whatever. It's like, no, you're not misunderstood. Like maybe you have a justifiable reason for why you became a bad guy, but it's like you're still a bad guy.
Yeah, because, like, okay, I do love the kind of villains that actually do have tragic backstories and you understand why they're the way they are. I like all kinds of villains, but when one kind of villain is overdone a bunch of times, it makes me want to turn to the other kind of villain, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We've seen, that's what I mean. We've seen so much of the sympathetic villain that almost we kind of like, man, can you just make somebody who's just pure evil for the heroes to like beat? Because even the Emperor was that way. Like, if you've read the Darth Plagueis novel,
I have not. I'm not a book person.
oh, it's so good. No, I don't blame. If anything, I would recommend the audiobook because the guy who does the voices for the characters, he kills it, especially with Plagueis. But in that novel, Plagueis manipulates the hell out of Palpatine. It's almost sad, like how much he manipulates him, and then he goes on and does his evil things, and eventually, you know, deems him Darth Sidious. But even then, after all that, right, Palpatine is he's still a bad guy. He still wants power and authority, and will do whatever he wants to get it. And so it's still like, sure, it's like maybe it's a sad backstory, right? But he's still a villain. Like he still needs to be stopped and defeated because he very much is like, I'm gonna get this power, and there's nothing you're gonna do to stop me.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. And like, and Enraged is literally planned to have the best of both worlds because Male J, I don't know if you've seen him already, but he's definitely going to have a big part to play, and he's going to be the kind of sympathetic villain where like he loves doing what he does, but you will get to see more of his background, and it's going to show, and you'll actually understand why he is the way he is. But Sin, on the other hand, Sin is like, because Sin's story isn't complete because Murder Drones Episode 8 has to come out and all that, but in the story of Enrage, she's literally just going to be an asshole. Like, she just hates she just hates humans and just pure evil. That's literally it.
I get you. The more, like you said, sympathetic, and then the more just pure evil for evil's sake.
Yeah, I wanted to have both kinds in that story, and I think it works out really well. And even though there are going to be some other antagonists, especially in Part 3, which is definitely going to be my most favorite, like, those two are going to be pretty much the main focus, and they are going to have both of those kinds of villains that people like. Because I like adding multiple options, because I don't want people going like, I wish there was one guy who did this, or one guy who did that. And so how I do that is that you literally can't add everything, but at the same time, you could add multiple aspects that other people like, and you can have the best of multiple worlds to entertain and keep the most people happy, you know?
Well, it's like you said, it's the Darth Vader and the Emperor situation. Like, one can be redeemed. He's not like he's a bad person, but it's not like entirely evil. And then you got the other one who's just plain and simply evil.
Yeah. And you can kind of understand why Sin is evil in this story and the actual show, because she was mistreated by humans, but I'm not going to put much focus into that because she's too far gone. She just doesn't care anymore. She hates humans and anyone who legit acts like them, and is just pure evil. There is no redeeming her at all.
Is it because she was mistreated? I thought it was just like, because from what I thought is, if you failed to discard them, right, the murder drone, or well, the drones before they were murder drones, then like some weird, if you don't properly like dispose of them,
they have a chance of coming back and a lower chance. Oh,
I see. So okay, that makes more sense then. I thought maybe like a virus took over them and that's what made them evil. I didn't know it was like they can come back and then therefore now they could deem themselves, all right, I hate humans.
Yeah, no, it's not. I think they wanted to leave it open whether it's actually Sin who's like in control of Sin's body and all that, or if it's the Solver that's controlled her. I think they wanted to leave that open for interpretation. Okay. So I decided to make it where it was just her being in control the whole time. She revived that she had the Solver, and she's just been spending all this time learning how to use it. and wants to use it to carry out her will. So then she made the disassembly drones, she wiped out humanity, then found Copper 9, got captured, like the actual series, got experimented on, made multiple Solver clones to give to Uzi and Doll's mothers, and they inherited that. So there's a lot of things that are going to be based around the canon story.
I see. Okay, that makes more sense then.
Yeah. So, like, this... Okay, by the way, the whole, Lumi and... Oh, gosh, dang, I'm trying to remember those two names. Okay, so one... Lumi and... What was the chick's name?
Sorry,
yeah. Lumi and Sorry coming back definitely caught me off guard in the Twisted Truth, because I thought they were just gone. So, is there an actual reason you wanted to bring them back, or did you just think you killed them off too soon?
I definitely wanted to bring them back. I wanted them to get more, like, what do you call it? Get more, like, I guess, popularity like Deathtrap did, especially since I wanted to, like, maybe do some stuff with them in the future. Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason why. It was, again, the beauty about Deathtrap is because he's psychotic and stupid. You could almost do whatever you want with him. So just having him be like, oh, I just rebuilt them because I was lonely, it works out very well.
Yeah, I could definitely tell. Let me see. Okay. Do you have anything you want to ask of me, or anything the chat has asked her, pretty much?
Let's see. What is chat even saying? Apparently you fell off. According to somebody.
According to some random person.
Yeah. Let me relook at your chat, because there was something I wanted to talk about, but I just... Well, it was more of make a comment on. Oh yeah, thank you for telling me about the Springtrap and Delilah shit. I didn't know about that at all.
Oh, you saw my video on it? Oh, yeah.
Well, because I had seen the comic, or at least I'd seen people dub the comic. I was like, oh, it's a cute little comic. And then I saw your thing. I'm like, wait, what is this? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What the fuck is wrong with people, dude?
Those screenshots, man. Nah, oh, nah, bruh. That's why it was so bad that I literally put a disclaimer: if you're a minor, click off here. This is really bad, because I was reading out some of those, like, stories that Greywind Wolf, like, typed in those freaking docs, because I wanted to check the legitimacy of it. And, like, I was scrolling through reading the words and what the characters were saying and what was, like, the actions, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know.
And, yeah, no, this person could piss off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's other words we could use, but that's the nicest way of saying it, I suppose.
I could have said a lot worse. A lot worse.
I hope they have a horrible taco from Taco Bell and shit out their kidneys. But I remember we didn't talk too much about it because I kind of wanted to save it because you asked for my thoughts, and I'm curious on your thoughts too. Robert Downey coming back as Dr. Doom in Avengers.
So, alright, yeah, Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. What are your thoughts on that?
I honestly, I don't know, because I'm like a casual Marvel enjoyer. There's a lot of the movies I haven't even seen. I didn't see the first Iron Man till after Endgame, so that just puts into perspective how I'm not like the biggest fan. It's a great movie, by the way. I thought that movie is probably the best one out of all the Marvel movies I've seen. But him coming back as Robert Downey, or him coming back as himself to play.
He's coming to play Dr. Doom.
Yeah. I don't know, because Dr. Doom is probably like I think he's my second favorite villain in like Marvel. The first being Ultron. Not the movie Ultron, but just like Ultron from like the comics and like the character as a whole. But with Dr. Doom, I've always pictured him more like he's like a bigger guy, you know. He's very like intimidating stance, you know. He's probably like he's strong. He's not only is he like really intelligent, but he's really strong and he looks incredibly strong too, you know. And no offense to Robert, but I don't really see that with him.
Yeah,
At least not anymore.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, put the mask on, bro. Put the mask on.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, he is strong, bro. That foot dive ain't no joke.
Yeah, he's very intimidating, Doctor Doom, and so, but to see, I don't know. I mean, granted, it doesn't have to be exactly like the comics, right, or anything, but I don't know. I just feel like you want him to be a little accurate to the comics. And from what I heard, it's supposed to be a variant of Doctor Doom, so it's not like it may not even be Victor Von Doom. It might be like
it might be Tony Stark from an alternate universe.
It might be. It might be Tony Stark. Maybe he got his way when he was making Ultron. You know, he decided to put that suit of armor around the world, and doing so led him to be almost villain-like, you know? So it can entirely be like that for all we know. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that he came back, Robert Downey, because Marvel kind of needs a big win.
I mean, they just got a big win, in case you've seen the thumbnail of the stream.
Well, yes, yeah, but I wouldn't really classify this as like a Marvel movie. This was a Ryan Reynolds Deadpool movie. Obviously, it's Marvel, right? Because Marvel owns the characters now, and it's back home with the MCU. But I don't know. Even I don't really consider it like a Marvel movie. It's more, if anything, it falls in line more with like the 20th Century Fox movies.
Rest in peace, Fox.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a shame. I'm gonna miss hearing that intro.
Did you actually get to see that movie yet?
No, I haven't actually, sadly.
Dude, you're gonna love it. It's the best thing Disney has produced in the last 2 years. It's actually good. I was shocked at how good it was. And then, there was no specific reason why I made us Wolverine and Deadpool in the thumbnail. That's just how it works. I just randomly come up with stupid shit, and then I just go with it.
It looks good, and I like it. I've never seen you did a great job. I've never the idea of seeing Deadpool with my head shape is kind of hilarious. But yeah, I still need to. I definitely want to see that movie. I'm going to at some point. The only thing I know about it, I'm not going to spoil it, but I just know that there's a cameo of some other actor playing a variant of Wolverine, and they do like a funny scene with him. So I'm excited. I want to see that, especially since I like that actor, and I feel like he hasn't really got. They haven't done him well with his casting and other stuff. He hasn't had two good roles.
Yeah. Let me see. All right. But yeah, Disney has produced no good movies for the last 2 years. Not just Marvel, but just in general, because they just don't want to work on those classic 2D films anymore. The films that actually gave them their following.
I don't even think, even if they made movies like that, I don't think they would still be good. I think there's just an ideology issue going on, not just in with they don't know, they don't treat film like film. They treat film like a product. You know, it's like a toothbrush. You could just manufacture a bunch of versions of it and then send it out into every Walmart, and everybody, it's like, well, it's a toothbrush, of course everybody's going to buy it. But a movie's not like that, you know. You can't just take a formula and constantly do that all the time. Sometimes you got to do something different. Sometimes you got to take risks. Some people get bored of the same thing over and over again, right? Yeah. especially when it's bad writing, that's a part of your formula. It's like, well, no shit, somebody's going to get tired of that eventually.
But I get that. But I just wish that, I just wish they would do more of when they were making literally the best films ever. Because they're all like, oh, 3D animation and live action, oh, it's the future now. Oh, we'll move on to, I want them to one day go back to their old roots, because those were literally the best films they ever released.
Yeah, I do too. I would love to see some 2D animated movies like back in the day. problem is they're so expensive now to make. Like 3D is just so much cheaper, and then being, you know, a corporation, they don't want. I mean, they looking for.
They don't want to
looking
take
for
risks.
Well, not just that, but they're always looking for a way to save a buck, right? Like I think they just closed down the Disney Animation headquarters in Los Angeles, and they're moving it to Canada after Wish because it was such a terrible film and it was a huge flop that they're like, all right, we're gonna go somewhere for where we could pay cheap now for since you idiots can't make a good movie. But it's like, well, you hired, first of all, you gave those idiots that project, so
exactly
it's on you too. But yeah, I don't think Disney will be making any 2D animated movies anytime soon. Sadly, we'll have to rely on like Netflix for like Klaus and stuff like that.
Pretty much, we'll have to wait for that Odd Ones. We'll have to bite on that Odd Ones Out series. I have not even watched that.
I haven't either. I've seen like clips of it. I saw somebody review it, and the only thing that I think I would enjoy about it is there's some alligator character who seems actually kind of funny.
Have you been a Marvel vs. Capcom fan?
No, I haven't actually. I've watched like a little bit of it on YouTube, but I don't know enough to like really say I'm like a fan or knowledgeable in that.
Same, but I am still pretty hyped because they're releasing the collections. They announced that recently, so people won't have to pirate it on the PC anymore to play it. They can now play it officially, which is awesome.
That's good. It was never on PC, or?
Oh no! Like that game's like a. I think that game's like a 360 title. If I'm not. Wait, no, I don't think so. But it was definitely available on like an old console, and you need to.
They do look dated. That does look like a dated game for sure. I wanted to do another one where they add Albert Wesker. That's all I care about.
Oh yeah, Wesker is already in the roster.
Oh yes. Well, what is it exactly? Because isn't there like a story mode to it as well?
Yeah, definitely. Marvel vs. Capcom. There was like a whole thing. It was like with Ultron with the Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Maybe I didn't see Wesker because I watched it to see because I love the Resident Evil franchise, and so I watched it to see.
Too. Me too.
I was hoping like Leon would show up or anybody else, and I was like, okay, if Wesker shows up, this is gonna be awesome. But I don't know. I don't remember him showing up, or I missed it. So
I think there's Leon, Wesker, Chris, and
yeah, I know Chris is in it.
Yeah, and Nemesis. I think those are the only Resident Evil characters in there. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong because I do not know the whole roster of this freaking game.
I definitely know Chris is in it, and I know Nemesis is in it for sure. That's all I remember though.
Like the roster is diverse enough that they got freaking Dormammu in the roster, which who even remembers Dormammu? Who here knows Dormammu, chat? If y'all ever been Marvel fans, have you ever heard of Dormammu?
All I know is I've come to bargain.
I've come to I was exactly thinking about that right before you said anything.
Yeah, that's all I know. That's one of the movies I haven't seen from Marvel, but I'm very aware of the Dormammu I've come to bargain scene. And it's the greatest, one of the fun. That's got to be to me, it's one of their funniest jokes they've added in the whole series, franchise. Just him constantly coming back. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. He's like, enough.
even he got pissed.
Yeah.
Yo, Rimsey Rankin, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry that I missed the first one around. I saw it. It's just that when you get in a conversation, you just kind of tend to forget it after a bit. So I'll put 2, Mr. Virtuals. There we go. Thank you very much for the donation. It means the world to me.
Who, Mr. So is that creepy smiley face one, and this one's supposed to be the same?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Never mind. I'm wrong. That's a whole different. I thought the creepy smiley face emoji looking thing on the desk was this Mr. Virtual. But I'm very much wrong.
Yeah, I'm not much of a Friday Night Funkin' guy. I've never played the game or anything, so I wouldn't know.
Same.
So, okay. One thing that's I am very grateful you decided to, but why did you decide to like hop on and co-host, or like back when we like first met and all that, when I DM'd you on Patreon? Because I just genuinely wanted to ask you some questions and all that. But what gave you the incentive that I wasn't just another parasocial weirdo or whatever?
Oh, I assume anybody who is a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's is probably a parasocial person, but no, I'm just kidding. But I don't know. Well, we had talked in the VC as well when you joined a little later after we had finished watching Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, I don't know, you were cool there, and so I was like, and then you gave me the offer to say, hey, do you want to join and just chat while I live stream? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I enjoyed talking the last time we talked, and so yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that, really.
All right, that's pretty cool, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I am very nervous about that because ever since I had my first example with parasocialism, I definitely have not been giving people who don't know me like the time of day because I'm just kind of... Some people are very anxious about it.
Mm-hmm.
And when things get a little out of control, my ADHD just like spirals.
I see.
So I try to keep everything under wraps. Okay. I got a story. Let me tell you a story involving how that all started. So there was this one user, Mohammed Nasser. This was when my channel was nowhere near as big as it is now. He really wanted to join on VC. He was a subscriber, found my Discord, and I was playing the new Resident Evil 4 remake, which...
Very nice.
Oh my gosh, I loved it so much.
Yeah, it was great. It was a fantastic game.
Wow, if only Resident Evil 3 Remake wasn't so shit. Oh.
That one was doomed from the beginning, because I've heard people didn't like the original version of the original Resident Evil 3, and so this one was always doomed to... It's just what's gonna happen.
Put a little full Wati on Magma Ren's head. Sure. Lil Fuwati. So what... Oh, yeah, I remember this thing. Okay, so what happened was I was feeling lenient, so like, oh, okay, I was supposed to call on James when this was going on, and, so he was talking, he was alright, he was a kid and all that, and then I left for a second to go talk, to my parents or something like that, and, what happened is that while I was gone, he apparently said the N-word while he was muted.
Oh, wow.
And then...
Wait, while he was muted?
That's crazy. And then James told me about it, and, like, he confirmed it, immediately kicked him off, and, like, yeah, that wasn't...
Was this on a stream?
Yeah, it was on a stream, but he was...
Oh, jeez.
He was muted when he said it, so
so you had him muted, but he said it not knowing he wasn't muted.
Yeah.
And so, okay, damn, you really dodged a bullet with that one.
Yeah, and then I immediately took action. That shit ain't cool. So,
yeah.
James did the right thing by kicking him off, telling him, bro, you can't say that, bro. It's his thing, man. And so I gave him some advice after the stream was over to be like, hey, you're a kid, man. You shouldn't be saying this stuff. You should be enjoying your youth while it lasts. And then afterwards, he legit did not take my advice, so I just blocked him. And then I have not given other people a chance like that before. Because before I had requests, anything like that, I was always like, why can't... Maybe, I don't know, maybe this guy should give him the time of day or something like this or like that. But now that I had that experience, I'm like, I understand what these guys are like, why these guys are like this now. I get it.
Yeah. The beauty and curses of the internet. You can meet some of the coolest people, and then you could also be like, maybe they're cool, but there's like one flaw that's kind of like, you gotta kind of change that, my guy.
Yeah. And so the only way fans can interact with me, I made it like pretty much where if I'm just randomly gaming, I go on one of the VCs of my server, and then people can just join that.
Ah, I see. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. We're not like, chat, we're not friends, but if you want to chill and talk to your boy every once in a while I'm live on the server, then that's okay. That's alright.
That's one thing that I've kind of like, because I mean, I mean, you want to be, especially, you want to be nice to people, right? And so,
Oh,
like you
yeah.
said, you gave that guy the benefit of the doubt, or you're like, oh yeah, you could join and chat for a bit. You might be cool. But it's like when I always like a lot of the times I'll see somebody's DM in like Discord, and then if it's like a fan just being like, "Hi, Magmarin" or whatever, it's like, "Oh, I love your videos." I'll respond, and then be like, "Oh, thank you, I really appreciate that." And then sometimes they're just chill, right? Where they'll just send like a smiley face back, or maybe we chat a little, and they're just like, "Oh, they're cool, they're cool." But then you get some who might like you respond to the DM, and then all of a sudden they're like, they try to call you on Discord.
A lot of weird questions, yeah.
That too, they might do that, or they'll call you on Discord out of nowhere and say, "Whoa, don't do that, please. That's kind of I don't want. I mean, I just met you. I don't want to talk to you." Or they're like, or even like being in the FNAF community, right? It's probably a lot of like kids as well, so I don't want to be like mean to them. But and then you also get like some who are like they watch your videos and maybe you've seen them leave comments or interacted with them a bit, and they're like, "Can we be friends?" And I'm like, I don't know what to say to that because like
exactly.
I don't want to be rude, right? But at the same time, it's like I don't know you. I'm not gonna just say yes, we're friends, especially since there's a relationship, but it's not like a relationship with like a friend in school or whatever. It's a weird one. It's a weird one when you're like, so when people want to like, I don't know, talk to you.
Pretty much. By the way, chat, I sent a link to the Discord server if any of you wanted to join that. If any of you haven't already. Hi, Solar, how you doing? So yeah, I get what you're saying, because, like, how I found some of the friends, like Solar, for example, is that I watched his video on Dreadbear initially before he saw anything from me. So I watched that, and then it was a coincidence that I was actually working on a Dreadbear video, like, somewhere before I saw that. So then I uploaded it, and then he actually found my Dreadbear video, and I'm like, dang, we released a video on the same time? That's crazy. So then I offered, like, hey, you want to, like, I don't know, VC or something? And he was like, sure. And then we just legit became good friends after that.
Yeah, that sounds like a very chill way. That's how I met some, like, there's some people that I talk to, and I'd even consider them, like, friends that were, like, well, they were fans originally, but then I had to, like, talk to them. I used to, like, go in the VCs a lot back in, like, back in the day of the early days of the channel.
Back in my heyday of YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. So there I had met a bunch of people through that and just interacting with people. And some that were like fans originally, I'd be like, oh, I'd consider them friends now because we're chill that way. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's like you could definitely. That's what I mean. It's like sometimes you meet awesome people that are like, oh, these are. Now it's like, oh, like we're actually friends. This is cool. And then there's some where it's like, it's like, I don't know.
I don't know, man. You got any parasocial stories?
Not really. I'm pretty oblivious to a lot of stuff. So like somebody totally could have just been like something like your situation, but it kind of went over my head or whatever, just because I don't really think about it too much.
You don't really think about them, which is a good thing. You shouldn't really give stuff like that the time of day unless if it's a good story to tell.
Well, I mean, I've had like, some people pretty much just like I said, maybe somebody tries calling me when I was like on Discord and I don't know them, or I accepted their like DM because they're like, oh, I love your videos, and I just want to be like, oh, thank you, just let them know that I see it and that I appreciate them. But then they'll take it as that's an approval to start talking to him and say we're friends or whatever, right? So there's stuff like that. And then I've had some people who were just like really almost like mega fans or like fangirly, not knowing if they're girls or anything, but they've got like that fangirl mentality, constantly wanting to like talk, or they'll like at me in Discord or like somehow involve me in a conversation they're having on Discord. Just like things like that could be like maybe annoying at times, but nothing like too serious, thankfully. I feel like I'm pretty disciplined when it comes to like there's very much a difference between us, It's like not to sound mean, but it's like we're not like
we are not the same.
that as well. It's like we're very different. Like sometimes I'll like get a lot of people asking me about like Poppy's playtimes, and I'm like, bro, I haven't seen anything about that. I have no interest in that. Or it's just like we're not like. It sounds mean, but I don't mean it to be mean. It's like we're not friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way, I forgot to put the Fuwadi on your head until now. Sorry for that, Rimsey. So I'll just put it on right there, right now. Okay, there you go. You're gonna have that nightmare grimace looking at you.
Let me see this.
Of you for a while.
I love grimace. Oh, that's not what I thought of when I thought grimace.
I said nightmare grimace, bro. Grimace.
Yeah.
You don't know Grimace from FNAF 4? It's crazy.
He must have went under the radar for me. He must have been an Easter egg I never saw.
Let me see here.
When you said nightmare grimace, I was thinking like the memes of the grimace shake, where like everybody would drink. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you said you were gonna put him on my head. And it's like I was expecting this like creepy like looking I mean, that's pretty creepy too, but like more looking like grimace, you know.
Get your hands off my milkshake! Oh gosh, it was literally the cringiest thing ever when, like, I do like the grimace shake jokes that were being posted where the fake deaths and all that. That was pretty funny, but I don't like it when it was like, I don't like when it was involved within content farm slop and all that, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. That happens. Content farms are a thing. Dude, I sometimes look at myself and I'm like, am I a content farm?
Well, no, because you're actually making good content. Content farms are shit content, bro.
That is true. I've seen those. Some of those are just like, man, I can't believe y'all have no shame with this stuff.
Yeah, like I'd rather watch The Twisted Truth any day of the week than frickin' Jax going against Trigon from Teen Titans Go to save his son Kane and his wife Pomni. Like, that's an actual video, by the way, that actually exists. I wasn't just braid shitting.
I know. I'm sad that I'm pretty sure I've seen that before.
Like, I don't know who comes up with this shit, but y'all need to stop.
Well, they're obviously taking, like, okay, what's popular for kids these days? Oh, Teen Titans Go. So just take that Trigon and then take something even more popular on the internet. So it's very much farming to the max. Like, we're talking taking things from the most popular stuff and bringing them all together.
Yeah. Cellular added you. I have to say thanks to you, because Cellular said at Magmarin, not gonna lie, I have to say thanks to you, because I recently made a video, and 3 people who watched your video got my video recommended to them. So they watched. Anyways, hope you're having a good day. I mean...
Don't thank me. Thank the YouTube algorithm.
Because it's our best friend and our worst enemy, depending on how they're feeling. YouTube algorithm... I think YouTube algorithm does appreciate Enraged. Thank frickin' goodness.
Yeah, I mean, Murder Drones is pretty popular at the moment, so I'm not surprised that it's probably getting a lot of viewership and people. But thank you, Solar. I hope you have a good day too.
My teaser is like at 34,000 views.
Yeah.
And the main.
No, I'm mad.
Yeah, that's cool. And the main project always gets more views than like the teaser, so I'm looking forward to it, bro. I'm looking forward to dropping this thing. This beast.
How far are you close to being done?
This scene I'm currently working on. When I'm done with this scene, it's gonna be the end of the 3rd quarter, and I should get it finished by September. Some point in September.
Listen, never set a date for when it's to be released.
Yeah,
Trust me.
I know.
Trust me.
I did not put down a specific date. I said I put in a release month. That way, if it gets delayed, people won't get too disappointed. Mm-hmm. Because usually, it's worse if you put a specific day, because that means you're thinking, oh, the guy's obviously got it all planned out. If it's coming out on a specific day, like, surely he's got everything done, and it gets delayed. It's worse than a month range.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Because the month range is more along the lines of, like, this person, okay, he thinks he'll get it done by then, but he's not sure when. So that's why he leaves it kind of vague. Like, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's because, like, when you give a specific date as well, you're also like you said, maybe something goes wrong. Maybe you're like, oh, this doesn't look good, or maybe something just prevents you from, like, working on it to that point. So now you either put in more effort and more time to get it done faster. Maybe you even sacrifice effort to get it done sooner. And that, because I've had many a times where I was up at like 4 a.m. because I said it was going to come out on like the next day, and I'm like, well, shit. So I just lock in and load up and get that stuff done. And I'm like, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah. Like outside of this, I have a job, and this is kind of I have a part-time job outside of this, and I guess you can consider this a second part-time job at the moment. And then I've got college, and I've got a girlfriend I see weekly, and like because of this project, I have legit had no free time, like, ever. And so like my life has definitely been very busy because of what I'm doing right now, but I wouldn't really trade it for the world, because I've met so many great people, like you, for instance, and I went through a lot of experiences. I've grown a bigger following. I've got to be part of a really kind community, and pretty much it's take and give. It's take and give, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's another thing people don't, and you know, it's understandable, but at the same time, it's like, how do you also not know this? It's like, we're like, most of us are probably just like one person just sitting in our bedrooms when we make this stuff. We're not like, we're not a studio.
That's literally what I'm doing.
We're not like a studio with a big budget to get things done faster in a team. Like, sure, you can maybe get some people to help you if they're willing, or if you're even like, if you're gonna like, oh, I'll hire you to help me or whatever. But most of us are doing this pretty much just on our own, right? And so a lot of people forget, being so used to like mainstream entertainment where everything can be, it's a huge collaboration of people, that a lot of people forget. It's like, well, it takes time, especially when you're just one person working on it, right? And plus we have social lives too, things we do in real life.
Yeah, and then they go like, oh, why don't you hire some people to like work on this, or why don't you hire people? And I'm like, bro, do you not know how much rent is?
Yeah, I know. Right? Let me just go get my $1 million. Let me just take some out of my $1 million budget that I totally have,
yeah,
that I could apply to helping people.
Exactly. You have any idea the times we're living in right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Really.
Like, do you have to work? Do you work a part-time job, or have you earned enough to at least have an apartment over you?
Well, it's not. It's not just mine. I'm rooming with some people, but I do, thankfully, the channel does it well enough to where I could, I don't need to get a part-time job or anything.
Oh, thank goodness, bro. I hope to be where you're at some point. Cause
it ain't easy though, but I'm just saying, you know, it's still there's some moments where it's like, damn, should I go get one?
Well, dude, like, if you like, but at the same time, like, would you rather be animating stuff like The Twisted Truth, or would you rather be working a job?
Well, that's true, right? I mean, I would hope that if I was gonna go out and get something like a job or something, I would try to find like a storyboard job somewhere, but I don't. So I mean, it's not. I mean, obviously, it's easier said than done, right? Getting like a job in the industry or something. But no, I definitely agree. I feel very blessed that I can make my stupid little FNAF cartoons and allow that to like help me eat.
Soiler just sent, oh yeah, I just remembered Poppy Playtime. We still need to finish that game on stream. Yeah, Soiler, like, didn't have enough time to finish the game, so he legit left, right at the end of Chapter 2, which was, like,
you guys got, like, 15 minutes left in it.
Yeah, literally on the Pug-a-Pillar chase. Just out of nowhere.
That'll be a short stream at least.
I mean, that'll
just
be a short
come in, go and see the cutscene. All right, we're done. Bye,
yeah,
guys.
Pretty much. I mean, he's gonna do Chapter 3 too. It's just really funny because I made him a whole catnap thumbnail. Because I like drawing thumbnails or stuff for streams for me or streams with my friends, and so like, the whole thumbnail is just him in catnap, but yet we don't even get to Chapter 3. So that's legit clickbait.
Well, sometimes it happens. I would be a liar if I said I didn't involve something that wasn't in the video.
I mean, yeah.
Usually it's more of like blood or something, just to make the stakes seem higher than they really were. It's never like something super like almost like completely messed up of just what do you call it? Can't think of the word. I just had it on my head. What is it? I can't think of it. Clickbait. There we go.
Clickbait. Yeah, clickbait. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not like you can just sell yourself. Your body is a product being sold on a shelf. You know exactly what video I'm referencing. You know it.
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, that was cool because it was like one of those one-off. It's like every creator does like one of those one-off things where they like experiment or whatever. And I really liked it, especially the song. Like I would not have found that song if it wasn't for that video, and it's pretty good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that song's pretty good. I'm surprised. That song's been around for a while. That group is... I guess if you weren't like a... I mean, I don't know if you were ever... If you never had that almost emo gothic phase in your life, then you probably had never heard that song before.
Life is meaningless never really crossed my mind. No, I'm sorry. I know, I'm boring.
I wouldn't say... I mean, I liked dressing in... I wouldn't even say I was actually gothic either. I just like black because it's easy to go with everything for clothes.
That just reminded me of this one movie where the mother asked her daughter, like, why are you always wearing black? And she goes, because it matches my soul. And I'm like, dog, that is the corniest writing I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. So, what about The Devil Within? Because I remember you making you made a handful of episodes off of the original version, and then you kind of ghosted that series, and then you did a remake of episode 1, but then you ghosted that. Which it's fine if you did, because working on 2 series at once is hell. But like, what was your thought process behind that?
Well, I wanted to tell like an origin story for like the character Magma, because I mean, you've been around for a while, like on the channel. You've probably heard me refer to the character as your friendly neighborhood demon.
Yeah, pretty much. And then he asked. This is evidence to show that I did. And then he asked, "Oh, I got an angel too. Where is he?" And then he was literally just a corpse on a different area, covered in flies. Oh, don't worry about him. Oh,
but the whole thing of the story for Magma. It was supposed to be like he's kind of like all of us trying to find his place in the world, the human version, I mean, right? Trying to figure out what he wants to be, what he wants to do, and then here this demon creature thing is kind of like, oh, I can present you with the opportunity of a lifetime and then give you what you want. He's like, hell yeah, and so he goes and does all this thing, but while doing it, he like loses himself as well, like what made him, like his morality, his friends or whatever, and it was gonna be like this story of like when he realizes what's going on, and so how he's changing, and so he's like, no, I'm gonna stop, but it's like you can't, because the demon was slowly possessing him. That's why he would like change as time went on. Like his hair started to like look like the shape of the head of Magma. His skin was like more pale, and it was supposed to like start turning more reddish. His eyes were all red. He was basically being possessed. Like the more he listened to this demon and stuff, the more. Basically, yes. Except none of the scoop. There was no scooping involved. But the story was just gonna be he realizes it, right, and so he tries to stop. He eventually beats the demon, but as a result of it, because he still even though like he realized what he's done is wrong, he still has to be almost punished for what he did, because he willingly chose to follow this evil creature, and all for like glory and stuff, right? Just to find out who he is and be like super successful or whatever. And that's why he became a demon. But he was gonna like go also like on this redemption. Like, sure, he looks like a demon, but he's not a bad guy. He's like still like I don't know, something like that. It wasn't a series that was very fleshed out as well, since I made it so early on in the channel. And then I had ideas for where to take it with the remake, but since I stopped the remake, I kind of lost all those ideas. But that premise was just going to be the same, of like this guy who lost his way, finds it, but he's been punished for it, so now he has to live like this demon thing. But in reality, he's not a demon. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I saw that because I remember watching episode 3 where he was tasked to fight a freaking Souls boss Kraken, and then like his like friends showed up, his like fake version of his friends, and they were all like, "Hey, I got something going on," and they're like, "Help me!" And like that whole scene, I know it's supposed to be that kind of scene where it's like traumatic and all that, like betrayal and all that, but I was just laughing the whole time that scene was going on, to be honest.
But yeah, I mean, that's the point. It was supposed to be like you said, it's tragic, but it's got humor to it. It wasn't supposed to be something super serious. The whole series as a whole.
I actually tried taking that scene seriously, but I don't know. Just
Oh no! If you were trying to take it seriously, you weren't doing it right.
Exactly. I don't know, because it came off as a serious story to me at first with a little bit of humor, but like having your friends abandon you is like a serious topic, so I tried to like see it in that light, but just the way everything played out, what the characters said and just what was going on, I just couldn't stop myself from laughing. It was just it was mad goofy, bro.
Yeah. No, it was supposed to be goofy. That's the point of it. It's kind of like an Adam Sandler movie, you know. It's overall supposed to be goofy, but it's got those wholesome moments in it as well. So it's yeah. No, you watched it perfectly then because it was not meant to be like super serious.
What are you doing down there, mate? Oh, nothing. I'm just filing my taxes. What do you think I'm doing down here?
Yeah. Just stupid jokes.
What's your most favorite? I don't know if I want to change topic yet or anything, but is there anything else you want to mention?
Oh, I was just gonna say that's probably not gonna come back.
Yeah, that's understandable. Because, like, you've definitely experimented with a bunch of things that looked like they were gonna keep going, but you decided not to because, like, they're just passing ideas, and it's a lot of work to do stuff like that. Like, I know that, because, like, you used to do, like, short videos or whatever with experimenting with different versions of your OC, and I can understand why you stopped those, because working on that kind of stuff in between something else, it's just grueling. It's just a lot. Even with just shorts, it's a lot to do.
So for me, feels kind of cringy because it's like, obviously he's my like OC, right? The character Magma. But one thing I really try not to do, because I see it a lot on YouTube especially, right, where people make their OC like a story involving their OC, but then they make their OC almost like cringily overpowered or whatever. Maybe they're like just this, I don't know. It's just like it doesn't feel like a super entertaining story. It just feels like maybe more so like, so it's like, oh, it's a kid kind of like playing with his OC, right? It's like if you make a Star Wars OC and then somehow throw him involved with the destruction of the Death Star, right? It's like obviously it's like it's not real, right? It's fiction, but at the same time, it just, to me, it comes off as a bit cringy, and so I'm like, I really don't want to just like make stuff involving my stupid OC. He's the mascot of the channel. He doesn't have to be like the main entertainment value of the channel.
Yeah, that's why Enraged, in terms of characters, the main focus are the characters that actually exist, and because even Male J, even he is technically, even though he's technically something from me, he's actually also just a concept of an existing character as well. So he's not entirely my idea either, because I just don't want to write an actual new character, because that's what I feel like it would be. Inserting my thing and making him the main focus of something else, it would come off as cringy, and I know that. So that's why even, and there are going to be some new characters, but they're not going to be like important, and they're just going to become episodic things, because I do not want to make characters that are 100% mine like the main focus. I do not want to do that.
Yeah, it's also this character you mentioned, the Male J. It's not like a self-insert character. Like, this is very much like it's not like you're putting your personality and your character into this character and now it's like your OC. It's like, no, this is a character who fits in this story. They have a very different personality, and it works with the story. It's not just a self-insert OC. It's very much like it works well with the story I'm trying to tell, or you're trying to tell, or anyone really who makes stuff like that.
Like chat, if you want to take an IP that isn't yours, make a story off of it that gets some success, and like, if you want to include your own characters in that, there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool. It makes it unique. It makes it stand out from others. But at the same time, if you make an original character that shows up and basically either kills or tells like the main characters they ain't shit, then nobody's going to care, because that's what it's going to come off as. It's going to come off as egotistical and just flat out cringe, because like, wow, cool, great writing, cool. Like,
yeah,
you get
it's just like it's just cringy fanfic at that point.
Exactly. So that's why I never want any original concepts in Enraged to be the main focus, and that's also why I never want like. It's also why whenever I include something that isn't actually in the official show, I try my absolute best to make it make sense. To make it like actually work with the story.
Yeah.
Because if you just have so many aspects within a story, and they just don't work with the overall narrative, you don't have a story, you have a mess.
Yeah. It's, gotta be careful with that whenever, especially taking, like you said, an already established IP, or concept, or whatever, and then, like you said, injecting your own character into it.
Yeah.
You just don't want to come off as like it's cringy fanfic.
Yeah, I hate doing that. So like, but like, also at the same time, I want to make it make sense to where Male J was originally included into the story just because he's a concept. Male J was originally supposed to be a dude. So then I took his design and I included it into the story not just because I was curious, but because it's more like service to the fandom. But like you said, it needed to make sense. It couldn't just be, oh, he's just there. So I ended up, as soon as I included him, I immediately gave him some background. And so a clever thing that I did on how I chose to handle it is that since Male J is a concept J, I'm like, what if Sin resented J so much to the point where she mistook her for a dude, and so the first time around made Male J, but then she realized, oh wait, you're wrong, so then locks him up in stasis as a prototype. Like, that's what I came up with. Like, what do you think of that?
That works. That works really well. You've included, I mean, it fits with what you're going for, and it doesn't seem like it's just like you said, it's not just some self-inserted character. This is very much something with its own personality and its own I can't think of the word. It works with the story. Like, it's not like the story can't work without that character also being there.
Yeah, if you include original characters, you should definitely make it to where the story can work without them. They're just there for the sake of, because it's an idea you wanted to share, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there are also going to be some other characters that like just legit are like things I came up with. But don't expect them to play any kind of important role whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Because Enraged is
it's more so.
Yeah. Because Enraged
No,
focus...
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Because Enraged focus is for many things. There's not going to be a lot of focus on Uzi, the protagonist, because a lot of the fandom has been going like, oh, N should be the main character in something. And even though I don't necessarily agree with that, at the same time I'm like, well, if people want something where N's the main character, and Uzi did have the whole official series to be the main character, why don't I give the protag role to N for this? And so that's what I decided to go for. And it's also meant to expand on characters that I feel like were done injustice. Like Thad and Lizzie are perfect examples, because they have good designs, they have good character, but because of how short the series is, they don't get much time to really do much. So there's a lot more focus on these two than the actual cast.
I like that, especially because I kind of agree. I feel like those characters could use more in-depth. Like, they seem like they're there simply for the plot at times, so things can happen where it's like, well, they have personality. Like, it'd be cool to like maybe expand upon them a bit more, but that, I mean, with like you said, with how short the series is too, they almost have to just be plot-driven characters.
They just
Yeah,
have to be
they have to be.
there.
Well, they have to be there simply to get the plot going for whatever reason.
Yeah, and this project is also going to have similar pacing to the actual show because it is only 5 parts. It's not that long of a story. And it's also to be immersive to Liam's writing style, so it can feel like a Murder Drones thing. It can feel like a Murder Drones product. I feel like fast pacing in Murder Drones is pretty much like the 2 big things you need to put together in order to make that sort of thing. I don't know.
It is part of its style. That is a very fast-paced show, which honestly probably works because, like, I found myself rewatching it, like, new episodes a bunch just because I'm like, did I miss something? Because of how quick everything was going. So it adds a lot of replay value to the episodes.
Yeah, I didn't mind it because it wasn't too chaotic. I was definitely thrown off a loop when we went from 4 to 5, but that was like pretty much the biggest. That was pretty much the biggest time I was thrown off. Everything else, I could catch up on pretty quickly. And you know that's pretty cool.
Side in the movie was weak. We didn't even get to see much of Darkseid in the movie.
What movie did you see?
No, somebody in chat said Darkseid in the movie was weak, and I'm assuming they're talking about the Snyder cut of Justice League.
Yeah.
And I'm just over here like, we didn't even really see
weak.
too much of Darkseid in the movie.
Like, what do you mean Darkseid was weak? Bro didn't have time to do anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did get his butt kicked by, like, all the people on Earth in that one flashback, but I feel like that...
Right. But they were literally gods, weren't they? They were pretty much gods.
Yes! Well, it was a combination. Like, a lot of them were gods, a lot of them were Atlanteans, well, actually, there was one Green Lantern, but he dead as hell. But, yeah, I mean, it makes sense why he lost, but at the same time, I get what they're saying, because Darkseid is supposed to be, like, the Thanos of the DC. And if you show him getting his butt kicked, then kind of ruins a little bit of the fear factor.
Yeah, especially since he's freaking stronger than Thanos, even with the Infinity Gauntlet. Like
he could easily kill Thanos.
That is that's unbelievable. I did not think anyone could beat Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, but Darkseid legit proved me wrong.
Actually, Captain Marvel is strong enough to be able to beat Thanos.
Shut up! Oh gosh.
Space Jesus.
Space Jesus. What were your thoughts on Captain Marvel in Endgame? I wasn't really a big fan.
I appreciate how they just, like, threw her away for most of the movie, so we didn't have to, like... Because she does ruin... I mean, with how strong they made her, she very much is a problem for storytelling purposes, because she's literally Space Jesus, in the terms of power at least, maybe not morality or anything, but it's a huge problem, so I appreciate that they just kind of, like, wrote her out of the movie. Would I have rather her have not been in the movie at all? Yeah, because it leaves a plot hole of them being like, well, why didn't the Avengers tell her they're gonna go get the stones from the past? Like, I feel like if they had her present, and then she was there when they all returned, and when Thanos came to the future, or to their present, they could have easily stopped that giant war in the third act part, like that huge battle, right? But yeah, it was just I don't like the character of Captain Marvel. She causes a lot of problems. She's too powerful.
I think she's better in the actual Captain Marvel movie. She's a lot better in that. But in Endgame, I don't know. I don't know why I don't like her big mouth personality, because I like that with a bunch of characters, but for some weird reason, it just doesn't work for me with Captain Marvel, and I don't know why.
I haven't seen any of the Captain Marvel movies, but I've heard from people reviewing it or talking about it. A lot of it comes down to, from what I hear, is it doesn't feel earned. Like, you look at someone like Thor, right? Who's, I would argue, one of the big mouth people.
He earned his shit, though. He earned that.
Yeah, exactly. We watched him go through a huge arc, and even though, sure, like, his movies were probably some of the weakest of the MCU, I still think they did a good job at developing the character of Thor. So when you see him like being a big mouth or whatever, it almost is like justified now, because it's like, well, he's not an asshole. He doesn't come off as an asshole. He's just he just feels like he earned it. His character earned it through his development throughout the series, whereas Captain Marvel, it sounds like she didn't go through too much of an arc. Like a character arc.
Nah, she didn't. Like, actually, you're right about that. But like, yeah, but I don't mind it with Thor, because he literally went through pure humility in the first movie. Stripped of everything, brought down to earth. He got needle poked to sleep. Frickin' couldn't lift the hammer. He went through so much in that film. So when the Sentinel or whatever that thing was sent down, and like that pretty much happened, like, and when he got his hammer back and destroyed it, that was so hype, bro. That was great.
That was really cool, especially since I'm pretty sure he died right when that thing hit him, and then came back. Yeah. Well, maybe he didn't die. He's pretty much left for dead at that point. But then all that to happen, the full combination of his arc coming of his character coming together at that moment for him to finally be like, all right, you earned it. And then Mjolnir comes back and just basically gets him back into shape, and then beats the shit out of the robot, and then goes and kicks Loki's butt. It was beautiful. Yeah. I like the first Thor movie. I kind of like it.
It was definitely the best. I don't care. The first Thor movie is the best movie. And Thor 4 is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
I'm so happy I didn't go see that movie.
Don't ever. Thor Love and Thunder. Don't ever. Never.
I don't plan to.
It's the brain rot of the MCU films.
Yeah. Thanks, Taika Waititi. That was the director.
The stupidest shit I've ever seen. They made Russell Crowe play Zeus, and Zeus was going on yeah, and then Zeus was going like tiptoe with a little skirt going down the stairs.
Yeah.
What the
It's a shame too, because that's also the one with what's his name? Christian Bale, huh?
Yeah, Christian Bale. He played the villain Gore, and he was easily the best part of the movie. But even that had issues, because how it worked is that Gore started off as someone who like had his daughter die on his way to find a god in the desert. He found that god, and the god was a piece of shit. So then he took the nearby death sword and killed him, and he pretty much became the villain from his rage from his daughter's death, even though the god could have easily saved her life. So then he went on a killing spree, but while that was happening, Thor's ex-girlfriend, which I don't know, I thought their breakup was pointless, but
you didn't even see it.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, because the breakup was off screen.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But yeah, but like, okay, so Thor's ex-girlfriend, she's in a hospital bed, she's sick, because it turns out she, all out of nowhere, picked up the cancer her mom had. Yeah, and so what happened is that she went to the museum and found broken Mjolnir from, like, Thor Ragnarok, which, that one was good too. So then she became Mighty Thor, the female Thor from the comics and all that. And the two ended up getting back together, you know? It ended up working out. But, yeah, but you want to know the stupid part? Is that, yeah, it turns out the hammer didn't actually cure her of the cancer. It just, like, slowed the process. So what happened... very nice. Yeah, so what happened at the end of the movie was that Gore made it to his goal where he reached... he was about to die, but he had the opportunity to make his wish, because they made a thing where you could make a wish. And right as Mighty Thor, female Thor, was slowly dying in Thor's arms, guess what the wish was? Guess!
You're better.
They sat back...
Was it to make her better?
They... what you just said was funny. You're a funny guy. But no,
I mean, I would assume it would be that if they were smart.
Yeah, of course. They were building that up, right? No, they just sat back and let Gore wish his daughter back to life.
Well, at least they're nice to him, at least.
Yeah, so then
Yeah.
Gore and female Thor both died, and then Thor is just left to look after some little girl that we don't know, so we don't care.
Very nice.
Dog, that movie made me pissed. What was the whole movie for? Why? Why bring up this plot to perfectly set up a perfect conclusion just to flip a middle finger out of nowhere at the end and bring out something nobody asked for? It's just why?
Well, it sounds like to me that they might try to make this girl, this adopted daughter of Thor, it sounds like, the new Thor for the MCU. And just from like how I'm just going off of like from everything I pay attention to this stuff a little too much. It's like it's like I have autism for this shit. But it sounds like with just how current Hollywood works, rather than having like a beautiful romance story between Thor and I don't remember the character's name, but I know the actress. Oh shit, I don't even remember the actress's name. Hold on. Anyways, Thor and the girl Thor. Rather than having like a beautiful romantic relationship thing for the movie, where maybe they, at the end, we do a time jump where maybe they have a kid. Skipping all that, because relationship is a no-no these days, according to Hollywood. They probably just did this, like, almost romantic-less plot of getting Thor to have a replacement that is this daughter.
Yeah. And
yeah, like that. She's probably going to take up the mantle of Thor at some point, but they just avoided the whole romance thing because that's just the way Hollywood thinks politically these days. So they just chose to go this path instead of doing that.
We are not allowed to have straight relationships in our movies.
No, very much not. That's not how it works these days.
Dude, it literally made me mad. And like, and also here's the thing, yeah, you did call it because I didn't tell you it, but legit the daughter owns the other guy's daughter Thor's looking after for no reason has Mjolnir now, and she also has cosmic powers, because how the wish worked is that there was some omnipotent being in front of Gore and he transformed into his daughter. It's just what the fuck?
It's the girl boss mentality.
Yeah, pretty much.
I pray they make a movie about that kid. It will suck so much ass and it'd be hilarious, though.
It was so dumb. That was so dumb. I was confused so much the second half.
I'm not even. I mean, I don't even know the movie, but I'm not. I don't think I could believe that they would not have a bias of Thor would not have a bias of bringing Jane back over the daughter of Christian Bale's character.
Yeah. Okay, let's bring back some random girl character that literally did nothing but die at the beginning of the film, because that's what everybody wanted.
I love that too. That sounds like they didn't even give enough time to, like you said, really show the relationship. They just took a very generic concept, like a father and daughter, killed the daughter. Therefore, there's the, oh, you're supposed to. It's like almost activate. It's like, okay, now at this point you're supposed to cry because everybody knows the relationship between a father and his child is beautiful. So it's like, yes, but maybe show us what that relationship is like versus just showing a father and his daughter and then killing one off.
Yes! Thank you! Thank you so much! Because I was literally about to say, yeah, but it doesn't matter if you don't show us what that's like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
You have to show us you have to show us their specific relationship. Because we can't feel connection towards characters that die before they get to do anything.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. They again, that's what I mean. Like they view it as a product, right? Like this movie was more so viewed as a product versus like a piece of art.
It was 100% a product, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the biggest problem with these studios in Hollywood these days.
Have you ever seen any of the Venom movies?
I've seen the first one. I wanted to see the second one. For some reason I just never did, and then I saw clips of it and I'm like, man, I don't know if I want to watch this anymore.
I actually do. Like, I can tell you, it is a good movie. And they did Carnage justice, which I'm so happy because Carnage is my most favorite Marvel character.
Ah, okay. So that must have been, you must have had a devil of a time watching that movie then.
Oh yes, because I've been waiting for him to be in the live action scene for years. Even though he's literally one of the most popular characters of the Marvel cast, he was literally just cut out from the movie scene for a long time. I don't know whether they couldn't make a story work for him, or if they just didn't think he'd work for some reason.
The fact that it took them so long to get Venom right, because the only instance of a live-action movie Venom we had was Spider-Man 3, which I like that movie, but I will admit that how they did Venom dirty in that movie.
Yeah, I didn't get to do a whole lot, and his design wasn't good either because it was literally just a symbiote Spider-Man with teeth. I'm like,
yeah.
It's one of those things where you're glad that they did it and you are like satisfied overall with what you got. But there's just a few things that you still would have changed if you were the director.
Mm-hmm.
I think they did the whole daddy-daughter caring thing better in Quantumania. Well, yeah, because that's the fourth movie in a timeline where you get to see the relationship of a father and their daughter. So
that
of course
is true.
it's
That
better.
one kind of gets a pass because they had the previous movies to build up their relationship.
Of course, and that movie has supplements of them together as well. That's completely different. That's a completely different thing. I'm not proud with how this frame looks, honestly. Because, like, here's the thing. I have produced some really good frames in terms of, like, certain expressions, but something's throwing me off about this one, because this scene represents this character, like, lashing out towards this other character because he asked her a lot of questions, and it kind of just caused a little outburst, which I don't know.
I would, if I may, give like a little I can't think of the word. I'm so bad at knowing the words I want to say.
Recommendation.
Advice for it of what to do for it. I would have had maybe, because like you said, you wanted to show anger, right? And I'm guessing she slammed the table, which kind of like broke it a bit.
Oh yeah, that was like the previous frame.
Oh, never mind then. Okay, because I thought this was her actually breaking it. I was gonna say maybe have like her arms kind of bent and her like lowered to the table.
Because like here are some, I don't know, I'm gonna DM some examples because I did kill it in some different parts. Like let me see.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage.
Shopify, I'm not interested. Keep playing the OSTs. Oh wait, no, we gotta go to the Night of the Wind OSTs now. We literally went through the entirety of the Secret Rings playlist. Alright. But yeah, what do you think of these examples right here?
Let me see. Oh, damn it. These are pretty good. I like the expressions.
Yeah, Murder Drones was like, another reason why I wanted to tackle this is because I'm inspired by like anime and manga and stuff like that in terms of creating facial expressions that involve drama, and I wanted to collide that concept with Murder Drones because not only would it be unique, but it would also allow me to experiment with the unique eye style, and it would allow me to combine the two worlds together and see what would happen, and I think I did a pretty alright job without adding too much detail.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially like you said, because they're robots, right? So more so the eyes have to do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to facial expressions, but these are very dramatic, which is good for the scenes that they look like what you're going for.
Yeah, I use a combination of things. I use like I use actual eye styles that were used from the show, but then I combine aspects from manga and then make some like original ones, and then I would take those two and combine those concepts in other expressions. So it's taking multiple things in at once, and that's what I love doing most in the story. Colliding original and owned ideas in order to make something that does exist, but it has like a new spin on it, pretty much. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I'm just looking at these more still. Very nice.
Thank you. Because, like, how it works, because I think you can already tell, is that I'm 71 pages in. I'm going to hit 72 when this is done. And every page takes, like, a movie, bro. I'm literally putting all my eggs in the one basket.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
I means, like, I haven't been making discussion videos and all that. But yeah, I'm still having...
Oh, I see. I see.
But my streams still have more viewers than they ever did, so posting that teaser literally brought in a lot more, like, loyal followers than just followers who will sub for once and not come back.
Uh-huh.
Which I'm very grateful for.
Yeah,
that.
that's...
I'm very grateful for that, by the way, chat.
How much, because you put a lot of effort into those, like, discussion videos. A lot of editing and stuff. The quality is very high with those videos. So I'm, like you said, I'm guessing between working on this and then making one of those, it's almost like I can only imagine there's a lot of stress in the mind in the sense of like, fuck, I need to work on this, but I also need to work on this, and they take so damn long.
So that's why I pretty much decided to abandon discussion videos, kind of like how you abandoned shorts in The Devil Within, because it started beginning to feel more like a chore than a side thing that you actually have time for. Is that pretty much accurate?
Yeah, I guess. It just, yeah. I mean, just wasn't doing very well as well, which is kind of disappointing to see, because like,
yeah, because they were unironically funny.
Any video you make that doesn't do well is kind of sad. But you know, sometimes that just happens. Sometimes people just aren't interested in a certain thing, or maybe it's out of your hands and the algorithm doesn't. Because that's something that could happen too. Is if you make a video that's completely different to what you normally make, the algorithm won't promote it very much, just because it's not the kind of content most people who subscribe to your channel want to see, or like it doesn't get the viewership the other videos might get, and so it'll just like die. It's dead in the water before it even like comes out sometimes, which is like, yeah, that's sad. That's just how the algorithm works, I guess.
Yeah, because your Twisted series is easily the most successful thing. So YouTube wants FNAF from your channel. That's pretty much it.
Yes, and that's my fault too. I've made so much FNAF that now the algorithm dictates that this is a quote-unquote FNAF channel, right? So it's not all the algorithm. It's definitely decisions I've made that have led to it being the way it is.
Yeah, because here's the thing. My channel used to be pretty much FNAF, because that's how I started out, especially with Springtrap and Delilah. But then that wasn't really doing well after a bit, but then I was just making discussion videos on clickable topics, and that did end up working out. But then I became much more of a fan of Murder. But like how it worked though, how this whole came to be, is that I watched episode 7 of Murder Drones, and that's when I became much more of a fan than I was originally, because that episode just felt special to me. It was so good. And it just sparked some ideas in my head. Enraged was never originally planned to be like a full story. It was meant to be just some passing idea, to just get something out to show to the fandom, and they all loved it. So I'm like, okay, people are liking this. So,
it's your Twisted Freddy.
Pretty much, yeah, exactly. So then here I am now 4 months later, and I'm like, this was 4 months ago, by the way. And I'm like, I did not expect to be working on this 4 months later, and I still don't have the first part done. That's such a weird feeling, because the time just went by. It didn't went by as fast as other people say it does, but it definitely feels like, I don't know, man, it definitely feels like it definitely threw me off.
Yeah.
And what happened was I started making Murder Drones community posts, and those ended up actually getting a lot of likes. So I was like, huh, that's weird. So then I started and then I posted that teaser, right? And now YouTube likes my channel for Murder Drone stuff now, which I don't know how that happened, but I made a shift, and the algorithm said it was okay. So here I am now, pretty much.
Funny thing how that all works, huh?
Yeah. Is it because Murder Drones gets a lot of clicks because it's such a loved idea, or is it because so many people make comparisons of it in FNAF?
Wait, what do you mean? Like why the audiences kind of transfer over, or?
Yeah, how exactly how exactly did I transfer over my audience so easily when it was so hard for other people?
It could be because Murder Drones is a pretty hot topic at the moment, right? It's very popular, it's very trendy. Videos like it could do very well. It could be a combination of things. It could be that, it could be like you said. I've noticed that a lot of just from my audience, a lot of people who, come to my channel to watch the FNAF stuff, who like FNAF, they also like Murder Drones or
Digital Circus.
What do you call it? Digital Circus, or a lot of those other indie series. And I think that's just because FNAF is kind of like FNAF's popularity more so comes from its internet popularity than like the games themselves. Like Matt Pat's videos or Markiplier's Let's Plays or all that stuff has made it more popular than actually people just picking up the game and playing it themselves. There's a lot of people who've never even played the games who are fans of Five Nights at Freddy's, And I think when it comes to like internet successful projects, or at least projects that have been really trendy thanks to the internet, a lot of it might transfer over. And since indie animation project, those two probably come together very well. So like you said, a lot who might enjoy FNAF that also like Murder Drones, who are subscribed to your content or maybe have just watched your content, they might see the Murder Drone stuff and they're like, well, I like his FNAF stuff, so I'll give his Murder Drone stuff a chance. And they're like, oh, this is pretty good. And then it could also just be, again, maybe these are all newer viewers as well who have checked out the Murder Drone stuff. So now you've got like a dual audience going on, where it's like you've got those FNAF people, and now you're gaining a new audience as well from Murder Drones fans and stuff too.
Yeah, thank you for being one of the several people who are going to keep this fandom alive for at least a few more months. Well, and Rage is going to have 5 parts, so if anything, I'm going to keep it alive for about, I don't know, the next 2 years. I'm probably going to be working on this for the next 2 years, but I've pretty much come to accept that.
If it's what you like doing,
If it's what I like doing and it gets at least an apartment over my head where I don't have to work at Walmart anymore, I'm satisfied.
The thing that's, because Murder Drones, from what I know, that's coming to a complete end, huh? Like there may not be a season 2. This might be the story he wanted to tell, and that's it.
Actually, I'm actually very mad about that for like fair reasons, but I'll save that for a future stream because I've been talking about it nonstop to other people. But basically, the messaging towards the community was shit about that concept, and it just wasn't. The fandom was literally done dirty.
So does that mean it's not getting a season 2, or? Well,
okay, because.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it, you could save it for something else you wanted to do. I was just curious because I from what I understand, it sounds like it's over.
Well, why am I getting so many? Okay, I don't use ad blocker because people need to make their money, but wow, I'm getting a lot of ads. Well, no, because you're like confused. So let me like do a quick rundown. So basically,
okay.
Ever since the pilot came out, they were talking about season 1 ever since, like all the time. They were making season 1 teaser, and they kept talking about season 1, Murder Drone season 1, and even after episode 6, 3 quarters in, they made a post on Twitter talking about, hope you are excited for episodes 7 and 8 of Murder Drone season 1, More than 3 quarters in. And, like, so they did that, and then they didn't talk about it much after episode 7. But then literally right before the final episode drops, they go, "Oh, hey, finale, guys. Yeah, this is, yeah," and all that. Like, do you have any idea how much bullshit that is?
I see what you're saying. By calling it season 1, this entire time it's been implied that there might be more after this quote unquote season, but in reality there were no intentions of making or maybe there were, but maybe they got scrapped. I don't know, but it sounds like they're not going to continue a season 2, but then it's like, why even call it season then?
Exactly, because it literally feels like they gave us a surprise middle finger right at the end. Because I don't know, because it makes me so, the reason why I got so mad over this, to the point where I've never been more mad about anything else in my life, is because it was so easy to avoid. They literally could have either just made a tweet when episode 7 dropped, or like some point after episode 6 saying, "Oh yeah, we changed plans, episode 8 is the end," or they could have just never talked about seasons to begin with, and actually like planned the whole thing out before that.
Murder option.
What's the other option?
Yeah, that's no. Well, just like you said, they could have either clarified or just not said season 1 at all.
Yeah.
And just said it's just one like thing. That's why I didn't call like season 1, 2, and 3 of Twisted Series. I just named them individually in case I either gave up or...
Yeah, you actually did the right thing, because you didn't know. You said you didn't know you were going to keep doing it, so you didn't talk about seasons and all that. They should have done the same. Like, either Liam or Glitch, I think, because Liam is like the story writer, but like, he should have thought about this whole thing before he even started to bring up that concept, because now I'm just left pissed off instead of feeling satisfied.
Yeah. Well,
because if
in that case, then
yeah,
I was just gonna say, because now that could also here's my YouTube brain thinking, right? Because like now for like a Murder Drones content creator, that means this stuff is on not life support in the sense that it is dying, but at some point now it's not gonna, like, because the story's gonna end, therefore hype for it will eventually go away too, because there's nothing new anymore. I mean, obviously it'll have its core like diehard fans and stuff, but it probably won't like like FNAF, how FNAF's still going, right? Like, say what you want about current FNAF or whatever, but it's still going, and therefore the fandom is still alive, and there's still a lot of hype for Five Nights at Freddy's. Whereas like Murder Drones, at some point it's gonna just only be people who remember it when it came out, and that's it. You know, it's not gonna like grow anymore because it's not doing anything new anymore.
Here's the thing,
but I guess...
though, on like the goodbye letter though, Liam did say there is more to tell in this world. So me and my friends have been coming up with multiple theories about that, actually, because how they did the messaging of the season concept was so bizarre, and literally nobody else would do this. So I was thinking, what are they doing? And we have a bit of a theory where either they're revealing a season 2 and they've just been using this as like a troll, or they pull it under the rug at the very end. It's all just been a massive gag, which, yeah, I've said some things that I will regret if that happens, but like, yeah, I'd find that pretty cool. Or if the reason why it's being called the series finale, even though they didn't talk about season 1, is that if they make another season, but it's a different name. It's basically a new series in the same universe.
It's kind of like Twisted Freddy, Twisted Animatronics.
Yeah, see?
Yeah,
bro. Bro was
makes sense. That would make sense.
Bro was writing that Twisted Freddy series finale. We thought it was all gonna be over.
It's just coming back in a brand new name, with a new face and everything.
New face, just like Fazbear Entertainment.
Exactly. What did
that's
shitty Disney version of Luke Skywalker say? Nobody's ever really gone.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I feel like the fandom isn't going anywhere anytime soon, and like N isn't going anywhere either. Because even if it is actually the end, his voice actor legit said, "Oh, Glitch is definitely gonna have future plans for the character," and he says, "I feel like I'm gonna voice act N for the rest of my life."
Interesting.
Because N has definitely
easy paychecks, baby.
Pretty much. So I don't think the popularity of the show is gonna go anywhere. I just think that the fans of the show are now going to have to turn to fan projects if they want more content on the show. So this would actually be...
That's a good point, too.
So I actually think this would be good for me. I actually think that this would work out... I actually think this would work out better than it would if the thing kept going, actually.
Yeah,
know,
that's very true. That's a very true statement.
It's just a theory. It's just a theory, an algorithm theory.
A game theory. Oh, yeah, you're right. No, algorithm theory.
Bro is prepared.
Yes, I miss him. Even though he's still on YouTube. He's just not doing game theory.
He's just on GT Live.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the way MatPat handled his retirement, I was 100% satisfied by the time he announced it and all that. Because yes, it was kind of out of nowhere, but at the end of the day, he was getting old, so like, I was expecting it. Especially since a bunch of other people were leaving YouTube at the time.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really expects, especially on YouTube, right? It's very different from like standard entertainment media, where it's like, especially if a YouTuber is gonna say it's time for retirement or whatever, that kind of out of nowhere. But I guess any kind of retirement is out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Anybody saying they're leaving, I guess, is out of nowhere.
Because usually retirements are a wake-up call. It's not something that they plan ahead of time. Sometimes sometimes they're gonna have a dream, or something's going to happen to where they realize, you know what, I think I'm gonna spend the rest of my life doing something else. So then they just drop the note out of nowhere, because, like, if you think it was out of nowhere, of course it was, because it was out of nowhere for them too. So, like, you know, if any of you guys out there who are like, if your favorite YouTuber just retired out of nowhere and you're confused, just know that that creator felt just as confused as you were when they realized it was time.
Indeed. And with that, I would like to announce my retirement. No, I'm kidding.
Well...
I'm not fucking leaving!
I'm only 20, so I haven't even begun, but like, yeah, but how old are you?
Yeah, you got a 24.
Oh,
not
okay.
that old.
That's not that bad at all.
I've got some good years in me still.
Got some good years in me. It's never too late to teach an old dog new tricks.
Nope.
Yeah.
So I gotta use the restroom real quick. Is that alright if I be right back?
There's no issue with that at all. Go ahead.
Perfect. Alright, I'll be right back.
Yo, chat, this is going better than I imagined. What a Chad, what a Chad. Sorry, excited for tomorrow, Fortnite Doctor Doom season. I will stream tomorrow I will stream that tomorrow morning. I have to make the thumbnail still. I was thinking about streaming it tomorrow morning and inviting my girlfriend over. But then again, she probably has work tomorrow morning, so I can't guarantee that, chat. I can't guarantee that. Plus, it's gonna have to be, by the way, chat, if any of you go to school tomorrow, it's gonna have to, like, I will be streaming in the morning. You guys won't be able to see the VOD, live. Because I work, you guys are asking, some of you guys in the chat, y'all are gonna be asking, like, Sorry, why are you streaming it in the morning? I gotta go to school. And, like, okay, here's the thing. I get that you gotta go to school, but at the same time, I go to work later in the day. So I cannot accommodate the both of us at the same time. So, like, if any of you guys gotta go to school while I, like, do my stream, then I'm sorry. That's tough, because I gotta go to work later regardless. So I can't do anything on that part. I literally can't do anything. I'm sorry. So I just chose not to worry about it, because once you know that there's nothing you can do about the situation, then you just don't need to have it on your mind. I have a job outside of this, and when duty calls, duty calls. I'm sorry, chat. I do not like how this looks. Oh gosh. Hey, remember it's me from the VC? Yes, I remember you, bud. I'm not just saying it just to say it.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Oh, what quote was that from? I forgot.
Terminator.
Oh, right,
At least that's what I'm
right.
thinking of.
Gosh, I'm stupid. Let me see.
It's an old movie. It's understandable.
Well, no, I know about it. Like, I watched the original, actually, and I've watched, like, number 2, which... Is it a hot take to say Terminator 2 is the best Terminator film?
No. That is not a hot take at all. Almost every Terminator fan agrees that one's the best.
Cause like the liquid Terminator, bro. Oh gosh, it was great.
Wasn't, I believe is what it's called.
Yeah,
but yes, he's very cool.
Yeah, it was like a contained story and everything. And nowadays, it's like a bunch of Terminators of all the different kinds are in war in the city with humanity. And when it got to that point, I was like, that's kind of cool, but it's not really why I liked the second one. So I think I'm just gonna bounce and move on to the next thing.
Yeah, they were very... Well, I mean, it was self-contained, but it was also kind of not, because there was a lot of stakes involved, right? Like, killing John Connor or killing Sarah Connor. Those are pretty big stakes, because they're supposed to have, like, they're supposed to impact the future in a huge way. But at the same time, the character growth, especially in the second one that John Connor goes through, even with the Terminator, that is a very grounded, like, character arc, and it works very well and very emotionally powerful.
But did you know there's a YouTube Music app where you can...
Alright. Do you use ad blocker or not? I don't...
Legally not allowed to answer that question.
Wait, you're legally not allowed to answer that question?
No, I'm kidding. I'll have it turned on for when I, like, stream and I have music in the background, but I'll turn it back off when I'm not streaming. Because it's, like you said, it's annoying for the music to have... It interrupts all the music, and I just like to just chill and not worry about that. I just want to draw or whatever I'm doing per stream. I might just get YouTube Premium, to be honest. I kind of like the idea of...
Not gonna lie, bro. I think I'm legit gonna redraw this frame when the stream's over. My gosh, I don't know.
This is why I like to do my layouts before I do the final drawings.
Well, no, here's the thing. I'm usually really good at that. Like, I've prepared multiple frames on live, and I loved how they turned out. But it's just sometimes with certain settings or certain angles where it just... You're not very certain about. You know?
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I getcha. It happens. Sometimes you have... Sadly, even though we don't want to, sometimes we just gotta throw a whole frame away and redraw it.
Yeah, I literally did that on my stream with Blue Devil, because I drew that, I drew a pose for Male J, and I did like it, and it did turn out good, but at the same time, it turned out in a way that I was aiming for a whole different direction, and it just didn't look like how I initially intended, so then I stayed up for the rest of the night remaking that whole frame, and I was very much more satisfied how it turned out. Let me see. I'm not going to go through the effort to find the original, but I'll just show you what the redrawn version ended up being. Because, like, the original, it was just the same colored weathery sky, and just, like, him holding the spear differently. But I changed things up because there's complaints about the My Hero Academia animation where it's constantly a big blue sky in the battlefield. And what it would be better is if they changed the color for certain moods of the setting. And that's the strategy I implemented with this frame right here.
Oh, I see. Is it the one with N you just sent me?
It's not N, it's Male J.
Oh, sorry.
People keep confusing the two, and I understand why.
Well, we're not used to Male J.
Yeah, nobody is. because he's supposed to be scrapped and forgotten. But I'm like, nope. But I was like, nope. I'm giving you a home. I'm giving you a purpose.
I'm bringing you to life.
Pretty much. That's what I love about reviving like concept, like scrapped. I don't know. I just love the idea of bringing back scrapped concepts into something, because otherwise they would literally just never serve any purpose and just left to be forgotten completely.
Yeah. Well, it's the beauty of fan projects too, how they could do that stuff. Because they're not bound by, because it's it's a fictional fan-made thing, so it's like, well, we could take any scrapped ideas or concepts, and if we liked it, we could bring it into our own little thing we're doing.
Yeah, because it's literally perfect for people who don't want to really insert their own OCs into something like me, because what else could you take from other than make your own ideas if there isn't any concept designs? Yeah, you're thinking. Exactly.
Thinking too hard.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what happened. I found those concepts by accident too. I wasn't purposely looking for them. I just saw that Glitch posted some of the concepts they shared on the Glitch In site they opened up recently. And they just completely shared some of their old ideas, and I decided to implement them into the story, but in a way where it works. And again, in a way where it's not just fan service.
I thought you had to pay to get into that Glitch In thing.
Yeah, $10 a month, bro. Cha-ching! Pay up! I am not doing that, by the way. I do not think it's worth it. I'd find more value in a Fortnite crew subscription. Okay, no. I'm joking.
I can't say anything about that. I buy DVD skins all the time.
Do you buy the DBZ skins?
Oh no, Dead by Daylight.
Oh, Dead by
DVD.
Daylight. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like the acronym for the game. I buy it's too many of the skins anyways.
What's a paid, like, I don't know, what do you think is a good paid service that you've experienced?
I like, well, I don't use Spotify because I have an iPhone, and I use the Apple Music thing, where it's basically their subscription-based thing, but I think that's really nice, because then I could just get all the songs I want without, like, paying for them on iTunes one by one, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I get enough songs to where I download enough songs to where it's worth the price. Plus, I shouldn't say this, but they still have me as a student, so I get the discount, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's see here. Because I remember you talking about Toon Squid as like a one-off thing, and I watched it, and like that was pretty cool. But like, also, dude, I don't have an iPad, so.
Yeah, that's the problem for most people.
The thanks for nothing, I guess. I mean,
it was a good video though.
It was a good video though. It sucks that you can't get a Big Mac meal for $10. That's terrible.
Maybe one day. I mean, I don't know. It looks like you're using your computer for this, right? I didn't even know you could use IBS Paint on the computer.
Oh yeah, definitely IBS Paint.
So that's interesting.
If
Maybe one day.
If you want, I can. If you want, I could share you the link in case you ever want to use it to draw or whatever.
No, I don't. I mean, maybe I might not be a bad idea. I do have Photoshop, but Photoshop is just too complicated. I draw all my drawings on iPad, anyways. It's just so much. It's easier. It's so much easier to draw that way.
Oh yeah. Let me see here. However, IBS Paint X, how it worked is that I started it out as free, but then it said, oh, your time limit ran up, time to pay money. So then there was a subscription option, and I rolled my eyes, but then I scrolled through, and it said there was actually a permanent option of $20. So then I paid that, and I've literally been able to use it for as long as I want ever since.
Wait, so there was was the subscription like forever, or was it till you've given enough to the equivalent of, say, $20?
how it works is that you could either pay, like, I don't know, I think it was $5 a month. How it works is that you could either pay a certain amount of money every month, or you could pay $20 and use it forever, which...
But that's what I mean. That seems like, like, why would you not choose that option?
It's like, yeah, it's like, why order a special meal when you can just order a buffet? Like, literally.
I wonder if that is because of the animation feature now on IBS Paint. So I think that's a subscription, because I was intrigued with it, and I just looked at it for a second. As soon as it said subscription, I was like, alright, going back to Toon Squid.
Pretty much. So yeah, you don't use computer to animate, you just use your iPad.
Basically, yeah, pretty much. IBS Paint, I mean, not IBS Paint, Toon Squid, I keep hyping it up, but it really, it deserves the hype. It does, like, pretty much anything. It pretty much does almost everything like a professional grade animation software does, like Toon Boom Harmony or Adobe Anime or Clip Studio Paint.
Oh yeah.
I'd even argue it does it better than some of those.
Oh yeah, definitely. Drawing apps definitely have way more useful features than others. That is something I've experienced plenty of times. I actually drew originally on Photoshop before I transitioned over to IBS on my personal computer, because I didn't know I could do that for the longest time.
Yeah, I know, I didn't either. This is not only do they have these tools that I've never seen before, but apparently you could also get it on the computer now. Where the heck was this when I was using this product, man? That's not fair.
Exactly, but when you just didn't know they were there, like, you know.
No, that's true. Perhaps that's true. That's true. I like to think though, because it's like in middle school when we finally graduated middle school, the middle schools decided to start getting cool things like a basketball court or like a gym, or I was like, man, why didn't you get all this shit when we were there? You're getting it all afterwards. So I like to joke being like, of course they get it when I leave the product and go to something else.
Oh, okay. Hi Yaluzal, are you in need? Hi Yaluzal, are you in need of any original music and soundtrack for your videos? That is actually, you got my interest there. I actually am in need of that. I will send you the link to my Discord server in the stream chat. You could send me a message, you can DM me, maybe we can work something out. There you go, buddy. But yeah, IBS definitely has a lot of useful tools, like this drawing tool where you can just use your mouse to make straighter lines. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
And you can...
Revolutionary.
Yeah, and you can manipulate those bits individually. So that's pretty cool. And and just like most drawing apps, it definitely does have like circle and oval tools.
I always get made fun of if I use the circle tools.
Yeah, it's got a lot of brush options. It's got many font options. And there's also and how I've developed my style is because there's this one option where you go to effects, and then you go to style, and then you go to relief. It's literally a shader.
Oh, that's like a built-in shader.
Pretty much. So that's how I kind of...
sounds so nice.
I don't know, because you're watching the stream delay might take a while to show it. But yeah, you can you can control how much the shading...
Oh, that's so nice looking. I wish that Toon Squid had that.
Yeah.
I hate shading.
Yeah, and then but it's a whole different kind of shading because you do shading where it's like lines, right?
Well, sometimes I'll do like this, or sometimes I'll do like a transparent line instead of... I don't like shading in general. That's why I like I mean, you could even just watch my videos. There's like no shading. They're very flat because of the lack of like shading and lighting. But I would absolutely love to add them, but I don't want to do them because I'm not good at shading.
Yeah, newsflash, bro. Nobody likes shading. And also, you can change the color of the shading too by using the dial and all that. So you have options. When it comes to this app, you've got like options.
Yeah, fully it had the time, like an animation timeline, like Toon Squid. That's pretty much the biggest thing with Toon Squid that I like. It's because there's things like not Clip Studio Paint, Flip a Clip, which is another one I get asked a lot if I've tried or I've seen people talk about, and I don't like it because its user interface is very different than like an animation software that like ToonSquid, not Toon, God, I keep saying ToonSquid, like Adobe Animate or Toon Boom Harmony, where they're very, very much more professional looking, but still clean and nice. And Clips, not Clip Studio, I've got so many on the mind. Flip-a-Clip doesn't have an animation timeline like most animation apps, where you can't, it's all one layer, whereas with ToonSquid and other animation apps, like professional stuff, there's the timeline and you can have multiple layers on it to do different things with like draw different frames and stuff on it. But this one's just solely one timeline, so you're stuck with what you have, and it makes it a little harder to animate, because now you have to accommodate for all the other drawings on that same layer.
Yeah, ToonSquid is very different than others, because ToonSquid has layers, like onions. There we go, pull it up right there.
Onions have layers.
Ogres have layers. ToonSquid has layers.
I love it.
And
That
also,
movie, especially since how they refer to a donkey as an ass a lot of the times. I'm like, man, you can't get away with that in a kids movie anymore.
I wish. I miss those days, bro. Because I grew up with stuff like that. Even though I was born in 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, I don't know if you noticed it on stream, but I literally spawned in this whole, like, inner line, action line thing. Because
that I've used, that I've seen before. I've seen this tool.
You could just spawn in these action lines in the background, and it infinitely made this frame look better. So that's really cool.
Yeah, it does. A lot more dramatic now.
Yeah. I think
Pretty
I'm
nice.
going to change the face, though. I'm not satisfied with the face. I think the face is fine, but it could be better.
What are you trying to go for emotional? Like, is that like angry, but are those tears?
Yeah.
Like almost kind of like
Com-
angry, sad, crying?
A combination of those two. Let me see. What was
I see.
on the past frame?
Oh, watch that. Perfect. Cali Peg, Procreate, ToonSquid, Flip-a-Clip, the best. Yes, I've heard Cali Peg. Or Procreates needs to step it the hell up. That Procreate Dreams has so many features it's missing. That's not even funny. Cali Peg is nice. I've heard people say good things about it, but I've tried it, and it just was. The user interface wasn't to my liking, and I didn't like how some of the pens worked. And then I've never tried Flip-a-Clip. Actually, I did try Flip-a-Clip, but that's why I don't like it. Sorry, I'm just reading chat.
By the way, alright. So yeah, I'm saving... I still haven't played, frickin' Into the Pit, and I'm saving that for the future. But what out of 10 do you rate Into the Pit without giving any spoilers?
A 1 out of 10?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'd give it an 8. It's really good. There are some things though that I'm like, they're not clear on like an objective you have to do. It gives you like a vague concept of the objective. And I guess if you like that sort of thing, you know, almost like puzzles and stuff like that, or like using your critical thinking skills, right? There's some objectives where it's like, do this, but it doesn't tell you specifically how to do it, and so you got to kind of like figure out how to do it. And being a COD kid, an old Call of Duty kid, where I'm just so used to just rushing through everything and getting things done and playing brain dead games that don't really make you think, it was pretty complicated for me. But it's a good game. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a very fun game.
Yeah.
A lot of replay value too with the multiple endings.
I can't wait to get into it, because after Security Breach, I was definitely drained. But after Help Wanted 2, I've definitely gotten more into the official FNAF games again. Dude, alright. The Security Breach story time. So, yeah, because, like, I actually, like, as I do remember you making your discussion stream about, about Security Breach, where you were drawing the glam rocks and all that, and you ordered a refund rather pretty quickly. And, like, I didn't play it yet, so I didn't understand why. Dude, tell me your story first, and then I'll tell mine.
It was just a broken mess. Well, when I got it, it was a very broken mess because it had just come out. There were a lot of bugs and issues, and it wasn't just me because everybody else had it. You could go watch Markiplier's playthrough, you could watch Fusion's gamers playthrough. Everybody was having issues with that game. It performance-wise, it was really horrible. I hear it's gotten better now, but then it just felt so repetitive. Like so much of it was just I don't know. I mean, it was like go collect this, go collect this thing. Oh, you can't get this because you need this. Go get that. Oh, you can't do that yet until you get this. And so you're constantly backtracking. And then it was just I hated the security like robots. They were just really annoying to traverse and deal with.
I thought their designs were cool, but they were just annoying pieces of shit throughout the entirety because there was too many of them.
Yeah, there was just a lot of them, and they were just more of a nuisance than they were of like a fear of getting like found by them or anything. And then like I quickly realized, because I was really hoping this was going to be like unlike most of the FNAF games before this, right, weren't like narrated, like weren't told in a very linear way of storytelling, right? Like there weren't really cutscenes that like showed you what was going on. There weren't characters having dialogue like that was exposition or anything. And I thought this game was gonna, maybe being the first one that's like a free roam game, maybe it'll also have like in-game or cinematic cutscenes for like certain parts of the game. Maybe you start to learn more of the story is shown to you through cutscenes rather than like secrets. And none of that was really there. There were some cutscenes, but they were to things that didn't make sense, like William Afton's return, which was kind of just out of nowhere, and I think that was dumb, and they should never have brought him back.
Yeah, because, like, you refunded it after, like... At what point did you make it into the story where you refunded?
I put about 3 hours in. I don't remember, to be honest.
Oh, alright.
Yeah.
And shortly after that, before the FNAF movie was announced, you pretty much, like, went into your FNAF regression arc. You made that whole discussion video saying, I'm not that much of a fan anymore. The series will be done, but, like, eh. And you started making some bendy videos and all that, and then you returned you returned to the community after a while. Or pretty much.
Yeah, that movie, even though I don't think it was good, I still really enjoyed it, and it got me like really into FNAF again. That trailer too, because I think I started making videos before the movie came out. It was the trailer that started hyping me up, because I fell for the old blunder. They showed me Spring Bonnie, and I was like, all right, you sold me, I'm in. And so it got me hyped.
Dude.
And then I started making stuff again.
Yeah, because, dude, I was a poor, inexperienced young soul where I was excited to download Security Breach on launch on my PS4.
Bro. How did that perform? Because I only know PC players had a hard time. Was it pretty bad on console too?
Smooth frame rate never happened. No matter what settings.
That's ironic because they partnered with PlayStation.
Exactly. Exactly. Dude, I went to settings millions of times and the game was still too laggy and too dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like I said earlier, the staff bots are annoying because there's just so many of them. And they say like, oh, you get to explore the Pizzaplex and all that. What's the point of having fun exploring if you constantly have things getting in your way every single place you turn?
Yeah, that's pretty... it's... The exploration of that game is very limited, as well as what you can do is like very annoying considering there's those bots everywhere.
It's literally like self-explanatory. It's self-derogatory, if that's the correct term.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the right term, but I know what you're trying to say. Also, I don't think, now that I think about it, I don't, because I was watching Fusion play it when it came out too. Because he was like, yeah, man, he was churning out videos like every freaking hour with that game. And because I again, I don't remember exactly where I got. I really repressed a lot of that memory of that game. All I really remember was the performance issues, because how it was very bad, very, very bad. But he was, yeah, I was watching him while I was playing it too, and so I didn't get very far because I had seen him do things, and I'm like, these look so unexciting to get to these certain points that it's just not worth it. I could save $40, which I think it was $40.
Yeah, it was. It was.
It was not worth $40.
Bruh, I watched Fiznom play the game on like a high-powered PC, and he could not run the game on high at all. In fact, he got to the point where he was playing the game after a little while on the lowest settings, and his computer was melting. We could actually hear the fans going off in the background the moment he paused the game. It was going to explode.
That's awesome. I could only imagine his reaction, because he's pretty vocal about his thoughts on like the franchise and certain things about it, like the games and whatever.
Oh, you watch Fiznom too, bro? Is it go?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm like a diehard fan, but I definitely watch his content from time to time.
Yeah, because like Fiznom definitely had the best reaction out of anyone who like was a FNAF fan before the game released, because he did nothing but speak facts the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you want to know why Security Breach turned out as bad as it did?
From what I heard, it was just rushed. Like the community was just so much constant. Where is it? Where is it? And then after the delay, they were just like, screw it, get it out there, and we'll fix it when it's through updates and stuff.
Well, it's not exactly that, because yes, the game was rushed, but it wasn't supposed to be, because Steelwool made that happen themselves. You see, what happened was Scott wrote down a whole story for Security Breach, and he gave it to Steelwool, and like, hey, you guys can make a game, you guys can make it quick, and deliver it by Christmas. But then Steelwool realized, we're not Scott Cawthon, we can't produce a whole FNAF game in a few months, because we don't think like he does. And we don't understand what it means to make a good FNAF game. So what they did is that they were making the game, and because Steelwool was new and indie at the time, they made a massive mistake and like underestimated the work process. Because what they did is that instead of taking the time to optimize everything that was planned and included into the game already, they stopped halfway done with every piece, every asset they made. They stopped halfway done because they get a new idea and they want to add that in their mid-development. So they kept doing that the entire time.
It sounds like they didn't have like a set plan then. Like, this is it. This is what's going to be in it. They were very much they were very much just like, oh, something, we just thought of something new. Okay, throw it in there. It's like, no. You can't, once, here's your set plan. This is it. We stamped it. If anybody else has any ideas, they're not going in because this is what we're doing.
Yeah, because...
They did not do that.
Yeah, and Scott definitely confirmed this, because he expressed this at late 2020, when he made a post saying, like, so what happened was I checked back in on Steelwool, and I saw so much new things, and I was like, wait, what the heck is all this? What did you guys do? Yeah. And so, like, he decided... Okay, so do I just leave it at the original vision, or do I tell them to take all this stuff away and just rush the optimization? So then he decided, you know what? You guys can include whatever the heck you want. I don't care anymore. So then he just let them do their thing. And Steelwool kept doing it. They kept coming up with things mid-development, and they kept adding that in before optimizing the stuff that was needed to be optimized, that was there to begin with. That's why that's why the game had the file size of Skyrim on release. And the reason why and optimization was the reason why everything lagged, and why textures would not load in correctly almost all the time on launch.
Oh boy. That seems... I never thought a game like FNAF would be... would get the curse of modern gaming, where everything is rushed and nothing works, and I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe modern gaming modern gaming actually affected Five Nights at Freddy's. That was awesome. What an interesting time we live in.
Yeah. This wasn't even supposed to happen. Scott just hired a bad group of people at the time. Steelwool is fine now because they've definitely improved their development techniques. But Scott should not have hired Steelwool to make Security Breach. Because if Scott...
No.
Yeah. Because Scott did not want to make the game himself. He made that very clear. But if he hired competent people, like, we would have gotten a much shorter game, but the game infinitely would have been much better. Just in general.
Yeah, I mean, you just the comparison being Into the Pit, because if you think about it, Into the Pit's actually a pretty short game. There's a lot of replay value to it, though, simply because of all the secrets and other endings you can get and stuff. But if you just play it, if you go through it all once, it's pretty short of a game, but it's really well made. It's really well optimized. The story is really good. I also appreciate how they altered the Into the Pit story a bit in order to make it work in a video game format.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's not verbatim the book or even the graphic novel. There's some things that are altered to fit narratively, which is smart. That's very smart. Sometimes you have to do that, especially with adaptations.
Yeah, yeah, that's good, because I was wondering whether or not it would be accurate to the book or not, because if it was, it'd be like, okay, it's just Into the Pit again, but a video game. So I'm very happy about that.
It's accurate in terms of just its foundation, but how you get there, there's some differences along the way, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's good. Thank goodness.
It's still worth playing just to see like the book adaptation of it, because I've seen the novel, because I knew nothing about Into the Pit going into the game, but then before the second live stream I did, I looked at some guys dubbed the Into the Pit graphic novel, and I was just watching, and the dub was good. They did a great job, the dub. But I'm just looking at these pages and stuff, and the interpretation. I'm like, man, that is not. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but I just wouldn't. That's not how I would have done it. Is all I'll say on that. Yeah.
Because what happened was I was experiencing Security Breach on my first playthrough, and I was just not having a fun time after a bit. But because I was such a big fan of FNAF at the time, I just wanted to keep playing. But the more I kept playing, the more sour I got. And I kept... and you want to know how far I got? I got so much farther than other people.
Where'd you get to?
I got past Mazer Size, which was the worst puzzle I've ever seen in a video game in my life. I have never seen a puzzle so shit in my life than Mazer Size.
If I recall, I'm pretty sure Markiplier's reaction to that was pretty much not like. If I recall, if it's the part I'm thinking of, he just kind of like was dead stared.
Yeah.
Just like, are you serious?
And then after that, my soul was drained from my body. But then, like afterwards, I did the Monty boss, and that actually did well. Of course, there were glitches, obviously, but I could actually play it though. So as soon as I beat the Monty boss, I turned off my PS4 and just did not touch the console in general months later.
Yeah, that game, that was a really hyped game, because that was supposed to be, that was like the most unique, that was supposed to be the most unique FNAF game we'd ever seen, because up until that point, like you said, Scott had pretty much made each and every one of them, and they were all stylized very similar, whereas like you're just stuck in an office, right? And then they all changed the formula a bit in their own way. But this one was like, no dude, this is free roam, like you're allowed to go wherever you want. And then I think that with Joy of Creation also that came out prior to this, and so there was a lot, for me at least, it gave a lot of expectations, because Joy of the Creation is like, I watched Markiplier play it because I'm too much of a bitch to play it myself, because it's a pretty scary game.
Dude, I tried playing it, and I would have beaten it if I didn't get stuck on level 2 for so much.
But that game put what was level 2? Oh, I think I remember.
The living room. The living room.
Yeah. That one's a good... That was such great design. It's like that game put a lot of expectations, for me at least. Like, I expected something great, because here was this fan game. Obviously, it wasn't a main title FNAF game, but it was so good, and I'm like, surely a professional studio can deliver something similar to this, right? And I was like, well, guess not.
That's not it, Chief. This ain't hit. These edibles ain't hitting, Chief.
Yeah, really.
These edibles ain't
aren't
shit.
shit.
Yeah, no. So then afterwards, I did try going for a refund, but you know, Sony just said screw you. So then
Yeah, they'll do that.
So I wasted my money, and then I did not play Security Breach again until recently when I started this channel, and I went through a whole thing where I beat all the main FNAF games before Ruin came out, which I was able to do so, and I'm happy that I did. But Security Breach was definitely an earful, even with its improved version, because there were multiple points where I literally was not supposed to die, but the game lagged, and it literally caused me to freeze up and get killed. That game is still a mess. I don't care what anyone says.
It also doesn't help that, I mean, at least for me, I just felt like it just wasn't a fun game in general. Like like everything, the objectives you're supposed to complete are not satisfying, and that's why I say I wish there was like cinematic cutscenes or maybe even in-game cutscenes, because that's like, for most video games, right, that's like the achievement for completing a mission or an objective, is like, now you get to see this beautifully shot and crafted like cinematic that maybe gives you more hints of the story or what's going on, right? But there was really none of that until you got only two endings had like an actual cinematic.
Yeah, only two
cutscene.
endings. Only two endings had a cinematic cutscene.
Yeah, that's just like, man, that's just so disappointing.
And you want to
the
know?
rewards were not worth it.
Yeah, it's just, oh gosh, and okay, but my thoughts on the actual game besides the gameplay, because the gameplay sucks. I do like the world of Security Breach. I do like the characters. So I wasn't completely salty because I was satisfied in terms of the world building to an extent. We'll get to Afton in a second, but then the biggest disappointment happened to where I just looked up the ending to Security Breach and like I saw a thumbnail with Springtrap and I was like, wait, what? This gotta be fake or something. So then I got right to the end where I saw the burn trap fight in the first time around. I was having a good time because I didn't see any of the build-up beforehand. So I saw everything play out and I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait to rewatch the whole game so I can see all the build-up to this final boss.
Oh, I get it, because there was none.
Yeah! It's so bad!
Yeah, I know, that was a huge disappointment.
Because I'm the kind of person who I do like Afton still, despite his horrible development. And I don't care how many times they bring him back as long as they utilize him well. They didn't! And I was mad! This was like...
Yeah...
This was the big return that you guys were hyping up for almost 2 years? For almost 2 years? Sounds familiar!
Yeah. I think that's the thing, though, right? Like, you have a good point. Is like, sure, Afton's kind of a joke now, and like, even if he... I think the idea of him coming back is stupid regardless, because it really does undo the story of pretty much everything that came before it, especially Pizzeria Simulator, which is like a really beautiful ending to the series. But
yeah,
they could have done it well. Like, it's not impossible to make a bad idea good, like bringing a dead character back. You just have to really, really know what you're going to do with him, how you're going to bring him back and stuff, and make sure it works and it's satisfying to the audience. And they didn't do that.
I think Scott came up with the concept of Glitch Trap. And I do like Glitch Trap. I think he's really cool. And I was excited to see what role he would play in Security Breach, because I was the most hyped for that. And he literally does not show up in the game, and it's just Springtrap. Which, like, that was cool to see Springtrap himself again. But again, it was no build-up. You literally just go to some optional path underneath Roxy's Raceway at any time after you get all 3 upgrades, and he just shows up. It's just
yeah,
like, yeah, no, like, that's not how you do it, especially since Vanny never showed up once in there. So what was her point in all this? I thought the Blob was more interesting.
And we didn't even know very much about that either.
The Blob is the Blob is a mess this community still doesn't have a 100% answer to.
I got a feeling we probably won't ever see that thing again either. Just because of how confusing and ridiculous it is. It probably is just going to be like... It's kind of like how people are saying, like, the burn trap was most likely the Mimic at this point. It's like nobody's accepting the fact that, like, it is Afton. Now everybody's no, it's just a robot that imitates Afton. It's fine. It's like, that it does sound better than him coming back to life again. So I guess that would work.
Okay, but people are coping, though. Because in the famous words of Pastra, well... He didn't come up with anything, he didn't come up with what I'm about to say, but he definitely put it in a funny way. That if you have a villain that looks like William, and acts like William, and then copies everything William does, then screw you, it's William!
Yeah, no, it's a cheap way to bring back that character. It's kind of like, I don't know if you ever saw the, 2003 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles TV series. On
Nickelodeon?
Yes.
That is my most favorite iteration of the Ninja Turtles to ever release.
Well, I'm glad we have something even more in common now, because that is an absolutely objectively true fact.
Yeah, like, legit, you know when Splinter in the 2003 series, you know how they made him the absolute GOAT and the best iteration of the character I've ever seen? And now in modern Ninja Turtles, he's just short, fat, and a joke.
Yeah.
It pisses me off.
But we don't talk about modern Ninja Turtles, but the point I was bringing up with it is like when they finally got rid of the Utrom Shredder, right? And then they did the Back to the Sewers series, and then they just had it be Utrom Shredder, but it was like he like copied his DNA or something, and it like created that's same thing like what you just brought up with Posture said. It's literally that. It's like it acts like him, it looks like him, it thinks like it's him. Say it's him,
it's
alright?
Just him.
It's him. He's literally me.
He's literally him, but not the good kind. Oh gosh.
It's a cheap way to bring back a dead character without just being like, all right, here's a snap of the fingers, he's back.
But yeah, and that's what I liked about Glitch Trap, because it wasn't just Springtrap again. It was a digital virus. It's like it was William Afton in a whole new, different form, and I really liked that. And I wanted to see how far that concept would go, but Security Breach, even though they hyped up Glitch Trap, the actual version himself doesn't really show up at all, and we were all kind of left dumbfounded. And Vanny is...
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, and Vanny is literally one of the worst villains I've ever seen in fiction. How are you gonna hype up a villain for almost 2 years and only not even have 2 minutes of screen time?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing, right? Those two, because like you said, this is... I think a lot of, even though like you said, it probably was just Afton again, the Glitch Trap. It was like a cool version of him and something new, something different. That like you would think, like you said, we should have saw him. He should have been in that game, and we didn't. But then you also have Vanny, who's like could have been the new Afton. You know, like she's the brand new villain. And we got nothing with her either. So it's like it almost feels like a filler game at this point. Like it's just there.
Oh no! Glitch Trap did show up in Security Breach. That's why all the animatronics tried to kill you. Even though their eyes didn't glow purple, they glowed red.
He was in that one Blue Boy arcade game that the sun would like come.
It's like shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Oh gosh, and like.
Yeah.
It probably was Glitch Trap that was controlling everything in the Plex, but why didn't they make it obvious? We were
I know, right? Then tell us! Then fucking tell us!
Then make the eyes glow purple, make it obvious! Why frustrate us like this pointlessly, even if it is what we're thinking it is? It makes me so mad!
I would have even taken, like, what I would have liked to have seen. Maybe there was, like, a cutscene where, you're, like, in some office room, and you see Vanny walk in, and she like, I don't know, maybe she kneels before some screen, and you see like the glitch trap model like glitching in and out of the screen, giving her orders or what to do, or giving exposition and stuff. Like, could you imagine how cool that would have been to see that? That would have looked really sweet. That would look sick as hell, and they didn't do it.
Dog, I was imagining stuff like that happening before the game came out. My imagination wrote a better climax. And my imagination was shit back then. Really says something.
Yeah, it's just, there was a lot of missed opportunities with Security Breach for sure.
Yeah.
And Ruin, I don't know. I think Ruin gameplay-wise was better. Or at least, I mean, I didn't play it because I didn't have the game. But watching other people play it, it looked more fun. But still, kind of narratively, it wasn't really there. Like, what do you really gain from that? We know the Mimic's a thing. That's pretty much it. You could just made a book.
Yeah, pretty much. But like, here's the thing though for Burn Trap. In terms of design, Burn Trap is actually my favorite. And that's what brings it down for me. If he actually had good writing into the game's story, then that would have actually been peak. But instead, now we have the result of, like, if you play Security Breach normally, you are literally never gonna see Afton at all. You know what everyone was expecting? So yeah.
Yeah.
I
think what I still kind of like I think the Burn Trap model should have been Scrap Trap's original model.
That's exactly what I was thinking, you know? I find it funny that Scrap Trap and Burn Trap are polar opposites. Where Scrap Trap...
I know, so different.
Yeah, literally. Like, Scrap Trap's design is shit, but his utilization was so good. Burn Trap's design is so good, but his utilization is shit. So, like, they complement each other.
Why can't we have our cake and eat it, bro?
Exactly.
It's not fair.
Like, say whatever you want about Scrap Trap. Yes, his design is awful, but at least he got to be a threat for more than half of the game he was in. And there were multiple people that were talking about whether he lived or died, you know. There were like, Henry set up a whole plan for this boy. Burn Trap is just something a kid finds in his basement and decides to burn it because he does bad things.
Y'all think the devs were on crack when they made Security Breach? Maybe, Alex.
Oh,
maybe.
yes,
I don't think they were smoking.
They were smoking.
I don't think they were snorting enough, though.
They were smoking that Scott Cawthon story writing pack.
Yeah, now I'm curious. Now I wish I could like see Scott's vision for the game, because like I wonder what that would have looked like if it was more so what he imagined it was. It would have been like, could have been a lot better. I mean, it probably would have been a lot better. There's no way you could have made it worse than that, but
yeah,
just interesting.
I hope that one day I do get to see the original story of Security Breach, because it would bring so much closure. And it's also made me more bitter, the fact that, remember the trailer that came out for Security Breach for that big PlayStation reveal? And the trailer was so cool, it was actually peak. But then the game got delayed again, then it came out, and literally nothing from that trailer was in the game at all.
So disheartening, because you're right, that trailer was hype as hell. That was good. That trailer was amazing, and it really made me want to get this game, and I wasn't bitching that it got delayed like most people, but I definitely was disappointed when I heard it got delayed the first time.
I didn't mind it was delayed because, like, you know, you got to take time to make a good game. They should have taken more time.
Yeah.
And when I found out that literally nothing from the trailer, me and my friend Isaiah geeked out so much on the bus, like, none of that actually happened in the game. I was like, oh, you've gotta be joking. You've gotta be joking, bro.
Yeah, so much of that was just not there. Or if it was there, it just felt like a cheap version of what we saw.
Yeah, because there were multiple cutscenes from the game that didn't happen. The elevator, completely scrapped.
Yes, yep.
Yep. They won't stop hunting you, none of them will stop hunting you. Vanessa and Gregory teaming up, that didn't happen. So many cool voice lines from the trailer. And there was one voice line I saw right before Burn Trap's hand shows up going, "There's more going on here than you realize." When I first heard that, I was like, That sounds like Elizabeth.
Huh.
That sounds like
Interesting.
Baby, because that definitely wasn't Vanny's voice. And that was really interesting. And then it just doesn't show up.
Yeah, none of it showed up. Got nada.
I've never
A whole lot of none.
Yep, I've literally never seen a game with more scrapped content in my life.
Yeah, it is funny to see all that scrap content too, because it's just like, I don't know, for me it made me feel like maybe they'll finish it eventually, and obviously that's not the case now at this point. I think it's safe to say they're trying to
Move on.
they're taking things they're
trying
very
to
much
disown.
moving on.
They're trying to disown it like America disowning Mesmer. Like they're trying to disown the game like it's their unmentioned child.
Yeah, like that's especially with this mimic thing, because if I'm correct, actually we don't know what this mimic project is, huh? We just know it's going to involve the mimic. If for all we know, it could be a DLC to Security Breach, which I hope it's not, because I think they should just distance themselves from that game. I don't think they should just try to move away from it.
Alright. Okay. Alright. But yeah, what you mentioned, changing subject, what are your thoughts on the Mimic based on everything you know at the moment? Because I know everything there is to know.
I mean, I know very little. I just know its concept, just because I know nothing about like Security Breach's story. I don't care at all. I have no interest to even know the lore from the games. All I know is it basically just undid Pizzeria Simulator with Afton's return and stuff. And even if it's not like Afton, like it's like you said, it's basically it's supposed to be Afton, whether it's Glitch Trap or it's the mimicking Afton. It's supposed to be him without actually bringing him back to life. And I was really just hoping it would take a brand new direction for the whole series, a new story, new path forward. But instead, it sounds like it's treading old waters and just still walking around in it, which is kind of disappointing. So I have no personal views towards the Mimic. I don't really care about it. I don't know too much about it.
Okay, so the reason why you know nothing about the Mimic is because his first appearance isn't in the games. It's in the books.
Yeah.
It's in the books. And like, okay, I honestly, I love the Mimic, but like I'll explain why I do. But I am not going to argue with the fan base. He's 100% a retcon because his first appearance in the books was written after the game's release. And it was literally because people were complaining Afton came back the way he did. So the Mimic is 100% a retcon, and nobody's ever going to convince me otherwise. So if Burn Trap was well received, the Mimic would not exist. That is what I religiously believe.
That's probably true now, because now that I think about it, like Ruin is kind of, besides the establishment of the Mimic, Ruin is kind of a pointless game. Like it doesn't really do much for the story, and if anything, it's the whole point is to just have it pretend it's Gregory to show you that, hey, this thing wasn't Afton, and in fact it's not. It might mimic Afton, but it's not just mimicking Afton, it's mimicking whoever it wants to mimic, right? So it really is just a filler game only meant to go off the Mimic, and that's it. There's no other story beats to it, because for all we know, I mean, I don't know which ending is canon or not. I assume the Mimic ending has some sort of continuity to the overall Security Breach story that they're trying to go for. But if that's true, then it's implied that who's the girl you play as in that game?
It's Cassie.
Cassidy. Yeah.
No,
she's dead.
It's not Cassidy. It's Cassie.
Oh, it's Cassie. Oh, nice play on words, Scott. But it's very much she's probably dead, right? If she fell through that elevator at the end of that cutscene, she's dead as hell. So it's literally that DLC is solely to retcon Burn Trap and make it Afton, like you just mentioned.
But okay, so here's the thing though, because you probably weren't interested in Help 1 and 2. So the books came out after, like, okay, some books were made, but the Mimic book was made after the game's release, after the reception. And what happened was the book explains its backstory, where there was a father and a son. The father was coincidentally similar to Henry. Thanks for that, Scott. But because the books are written by Scott. The books are written by Scott, so like yeah, but so the character, the father, he did not have time to spend with his son that he had. So then what he had a fun little idea where he would build a endoskeleton that would mimic whatever the kid would do as like a playmate. So then he made that, and it worked. He made a program called the Mimic One program. All right?
Okay.
So then the mimic played with the child, and they actually became friends. They actually, like, got along and all that. Like, the kid was happy. But then one day, the kid frickin' died! I think it was from a car crash. And then the mimic was left by himself. So what he did is that he started copying his son's behavior. Like, asked for ice cream and shit. And that did not help his father mentally. So then his father took nearby equipment and beat the shit out of him. Yeah.
That's very similar to the Silver Eyes trilogy with Charlie. I'm starting to notice a pattern here.
Exactly. So then the father stopped working for Fazbear Entertainment because he was broken. But then he got picked up again years later by Fazbear Entertainment, and they picked up all of his equipment. So then they took over the Mimic to the Pizzaplex so they could start working on everything. Along with Silver Parasol to make the Help Wanted game, canonically. So then, so the Mimic One program was discovered, and that program copied the info learned from the hard drives, aka Glitch Trap. So, Glitch Trap is a version of the Mimic. So, so after that, yeah, I know, it's freaking stupid. But, so then they finished the Mimic as an endoskeleton, they built him, and his job was that he was corrupted by the violence that the father put into his hard drives by beating him. So, yeah.
Okay.
So then the Mimic... Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. It's quite a bit. But
that's just so ridiculous sounding. The idea that a robot
got corrupted by violence.
It's not like some virus came into it and that in the virus programming was like violence or whatever. It's just no, it got like put. That'd be like those Boston robots that you see people like push around and like are working on, and then like they get pushed and so they push back against the people making them. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. So then, yeah. So then when the Mimic One program went through the, by the way, the tiger in the tree bit from the video you saw. So in the books. There's this glam rock tiger character, but it's just a head that's connected in a big circuitry tree in the Pizzaplex that connect to all the electronics, and was making like a digital hallucination shit. Oh gosh, but it's meant to represent Glitch Trap. So the Mimic One yeah, it's freaking nuts. So then, this story's knocking butts.
Bro.
So then, the Mimic One program also learned violence through all the recordings of the actual Afton. And so it pretty much corrupted the whole AI as a whole. So when the Mimic endoskeleton was built, he was sent down to the pizzeria underneath the Pizzaplex, which I need to disclose something about that. It turns out that the FNAF 6 location underneath security breach was a planned attraction, which is why it's under there in the first place.
So that's so. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, so Fazbear Entertainment was like a past attraction. You know what I'm talking about? With like. Kind of like Abraham Lincoln's house. They completely rebuilt it and everything for an attraction tour.
That just seems so stupid because
people
died in that.
Yeah, exactly. Which is everything against what they're trying to represent now. Oh yes. So there was a bunch of endoskeletons there, so a bunch of workers and the mimic endoskeleton was sent down to get rid of all those endo parts, take them apart, put them in a pile to clean up, along with a bunch of other endos. So then everybody was doing their job, and the mimic did it really well until he ran out of endos to tear apart and throw in the pile. So then, because of the violence it went through, it looked at the humans, it looked at the other human workers, and confused them for endoskeletons, and he violently tore them all apart out of nowhere. Yeah, violence forever corrupted this thing, and it just made it a murderous machine somehow. So that's
wow, I want to smoke what Scott's smoking.
Exactly. That's this overall story of the mimic, and it goes on to where teenagers sneak underneath the Pizzaplex to the attraction, and they all get brutally killed by the mimic, to where one girl hides in a suit, but the mimic got in that suit before she did and like crushed from the inside. That was pretty cool.
Oh my god.
And he's literally just been down there ever since. His story does continue in the books, but it doesn't matter. So, in Ruin, you play as Cassie to where you hear Gregory's voice, you go down, and you get chased by the Mixes program, which everybody thought was Glitch Trap from the trailer because of the purple-green highlights. Thanks for that, Steelwold. So the Mixes got shut down, and in the Ruin DLC, when you find Gregory, it's actually the Mimic using Freddy's like walkie-talkie to sound like Gregory, and chases Cassie down. You saw the elevator ending, and that's pretty much his story. That's pretty much all of his story shown at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry if I talk too much.
Sounds like you would have to in order to describe this.
Yeah, but the thing is,
so ridiculous.
Yeah. But the thing is, I actually like the Mimic because I do like the concept of it being corrupted by an AI corrupted by violence. Because it sounds stupid, but it's also a concept I like. I just think it's cool.
I guess, I mean, it's almost that, because like you said, it's a mimic, right? So it had violence on it, therefore it's mimicking violence.
Yeah.
It's almost self-learning in a way.
Yeah, pretty much. And
I think that's just that concept's been done so many times, which is why I'm kind of like, to it. Skynet, you know, just any evil robot, I guess, really.
Yeah, but the thing is, I love the Mimic, and I think it's a cool... And it definitely did not make itself look like Afton in the DLC. It definitely tried to look more unique than what he was printed out to be, because he got his whole character design and everything, dude. And I honestly did not imagine an endoskeleton would look this cool.
I don't remember what it looks like.
But yeah, his design is awesome because it's like the endoskeleton.
Oh, that.
But he used a bunch of junk to build his legs.
Yeah, his forearms at least and his legs look more sturdy than the rest of him for sure, which is an interesting concept. Like you said, he's slowly building himself back up.
Yeah, pretty much. And
I see no resemblance of Afton on here though.
Exactly.
He's Burn Trap, right? That's the thing. Where did all those pieces go?
Okay, so you want me to break your mind again?
Go for it. Why not?
What if I told you that Burn Trap isn't canon?
I'm okay with that.
Because the DLC brought out notes. What the DLC did is that you can get collectibles of crayon paper drawings of all the different endings of Security Breach. One of them is Burn Trap in the Blob in a fiery location. The only ending that doesn't have a drawing from Gregory is the one where you free Vanessa from Glitch Trap, where you play the Princess Quest 3 games. That's the canon ending now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so...
Oh, okay. See, that's a smart... As stupid as it was having 7 endings to that game, regardless, that's smart that they went with that ending. Actually, that's very genius on their part.
Yeah, because Burn Trap literally He just, people hated him so much. Steel was like, okay, fine. He never canonically existed. And
That's so ironic considering he had the cinematic cutscene, which is supposed to almost imply like might be one of the this might be the canon ending.
Plus, the Burn Trap ending is the only ending that does not have any comic cutscenes whatsoever, because all the other endings have some comic transition. Burn Trap doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the cinematic cutscene they had is almost implies that this is the canon ending, but yet they chose to go with a non-cinematic one of the comic ones, which is like almost implied that these might not be canon. But now it is canon, which is just really funny to think about.
Yeah. So Vanny is canonically done. Her story
Wow.
kinda ended in Security Breach. 2 minutes.
That kind of sucks. What a disappointment. I'm gonna do her justice when I bring her ass back, I tell you. I'm gonna do some freaking justice for this character.
I would say that you definitely will pull it off, but like, doing Vanny better writing is not an achievement.
No, that's true. She has like none whatsoever, so that's a great point. Mine could be just as shit, but if it's like not as shit, it could be like, well, at least it's not as shit. But it's like, no, it's still shit. So, I gotta make sure to focus on that. I'm gonna focus up on that one.
So wait, if you're done with the Twisted Truth series, then how is Vanny gonna be? Is she gonna star in your like original FNAF inspired thing that you're working on?
Maybe.
Oh, I cracked the code, chat! I
think I've said
code.
it before.
Well, you never mentioned Sally's thing or whatever, so
that is true. I haven't mentioned Sally's at all. But yeah, I would like her to be the main. Because it's funny, a lot of people are like, with the ending of the Twisted Truth being like, oh, so now you could do Security Breach with the Rockstars.
No! No!
You're funny,
like,
no.
You were like, no. Haha,
yeah,
no.
I was
I'm
no.
done. You were like, I'm done, bro. I'm finished. This is it. This is the end.
It's not even that it's the ending, it's just I don't, like, all of Security Breach I don't care for. Even, like, the glam rock animatronics. So, like, that's funny that they mention that because these party rock animatronics, as I call them, though I don't think I'm gonna call them animatronics, I might call them like just like robots or bots or something, party bots or something. I'm still planning everything out, but they're supposed to be like the replacement to like the original characters at some point in the future, right? So like they're kind of doing what they were expecting, what these commenters are thinking that the glam rock animatronics are going to be, when it's not going to be them. It's going to be hopefully Sally and her little gang. So it's just funny to me. This is to hear people being like, oh, now the glam rocks. It's like, nope. I'm going to do these original new animatronics that you've never seen before, but I'm going to try and promote before I make a series based on them.
I can imagine like the glam rocks being in your style and all that, but I'm imagining the animation right now. I'm picturing it in my head, and like it doesn't matter how well you do the glam rocks, they aren't going to be as good as the other characters you've done, specifically because they are just not good characters in general.
See, that's the interesting thing, because they're not done well in Security Breach. It's really left up to interpretation. Like, you can almost make them however you want to make them at this point, because they have no they have maybe personality, like, you know, Monty's aggressive, Chica likes to eat a lot, and then Roxy is very egotistical driven. So as long as you could do any story you want, as long as you know, kind of maintain those character traits. But because we know nothing about them, you could almost take their stories in any direction you want. So it's entirely, like, I've thought about doing, and it's still kind of on the table, I'm not opposed to the idea, doing another series involving like Security Breach, I want to call it Security Breach Story Mode, and it just being like it'd just be me telling it how I would have told Security Breach if I was in charge of it, or whatever.
Well, dude, I just want you to know that if you don't want to do it, don't do it.
No, no, no. I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, and I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. Probably shouldn't have even brought it up because now if people think about it, they might ask me, "Oh, will you do it?" And I'll be like, "No," because I don't want it at the moment. But it's an idea it's just an idea that I had. Like that could be a cool concept.
Well, to be fair, I think it's on them, because people shouldn't expect something that you didn't even officially announce.
That's true, but we as also creators have to be careful to not like tease something we don't want to do, or like mention like what I just did. Like I just mentioned this concept, and it would have been just easier to have never mentioned it because now some people might never have even thought about it. But now if it's a cool idea that people like, they might go, "Oh, you should do it," and it's like, I never said I would, but I did put that idea in your head that it's almost like saying something's canceled without it's like not can't it's like Half-Life 3. It's like it's obviously never going to happen, but they've never said it's not going to happen. Therefore, there are some people who genuinely think it might happen at some point in the future. That's just kind of douchey on the creators to do that to the community.
Bloodborne 2, basically. Yeah, that's literally the same thing that you just mentioned.
A good Call of Duty, the exact same thing I just mentioned.
Yeah. I don't know, because like I already announced plenty of times that Enraged is not going to have a second session of parts. Like after Volume 5, it's done. All right, because I got original stuff that I want to work on, and I'll definitely be able to do that if I actually have a good enough of a following by the time I finish, which I can imagine that happening. I just hope so.
Yeah, and the smart thing about what you're doing too is, like you said, you're deciding to put a stamp on it too, or like this is it after this, right? So therefore that story is done. Whereas like with me, I kept continuing it every time, or just kept making more FNAF videos. So now people expect only FNAF videos, you know. And I don't mean to say that as like that's something they shouldn't think. I very much made them think that. So now it's harder for me to do something else or something original whenever I want to do it.
Like,
it's a trap.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, like, another reason why I was inspired by you in general is because you are one guy and you made a whole 4-season series. And
yeah.
I'm like, hey, he did this all on his own. I could do something like that too. So that's where I got the main motivation to do this. So I just want to thank you again for doing what you do, because you helped out so many people without even knowing.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy I was able to inspire others. I've always kind of viewed myself as just an average Joe person. So to hear, I live by Vin Diesel's quote: "I live my life a quarter mile at a time," and so it's just funny to think that guy who is kind of always the underachiever, just going about his day normally, is now has a little following of his own and inspires others. So I'm happy I was able to inspire.
Yeah, because you were inspired by that old FNAF animator at first. I can't remember his name. And then you got your style majorly inspired off of him, but then it developed into your own thing.
Yes, I think you're talking about Goldblocks.
I think so. Yeah. You mentioned them during a stream before.
Yeah, she been around for a while. And yes, my style started off like you said, like hers, but then I slowly turned it into my own thing, which not a bad idea. If you're ever somebody who's like trying to figure out how to draw, try mimicking styles, and then once you could always like turn it into your own thing, you know, your own unique style, even if at first it came from practicing or mimicking somebody else's. But yeah, no, it's possible. It's tough, but it's possible, and you don't want to be too ambitious with it, because like you get Twisted Nightmare, which is really ambitious, and it's like not very good.
Oh yeah, totally. Because here's the thing. Before I started working on Volume 1, I legit came up with the whole story before I started working on this. Before like buckling down on this project for real, because that way I know that everything that's going to happen in each part, I know what the focuses are going to be and how long each part should be and how many scenes there should be. I have the whole story planned out. There might be some details that are minor that might change, but overall, if you were to read my mind, you will know the entire future of the next 2 years. But
Yeah.
but I don't want to do a part 2 because before this, I also thought of a lot of original things, and I've showed them to you on the group VC.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, and I'm gonna plan on working on that afterwards. The reason why I'm working on Murder Drones Enraged first is that Murder Drones is still a clickable thing while it is, but also because I think it's better to grow a following before working on your original works.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's a tough one though, right? Because now some people might subscribe because they're expecting that one type of content now, but...
Yeah. I do, by the way, this is something that I need to tell chat right now at the moment. This is not a Murder Drones channel. There will be nothing but Murder Drones within, like, the next 2 years, and I will be working on Murder Drones stuff after Enraged. Just because I'm done with Enraged doesn't mean... I'll still probably make some Murder Drones shorts or drawings or stuff like that, because this series ain't going anywhere. I love this series to death. And I always want to work on stuff based or, like, around it. But, like, in the end of the day, I do want to get my original ideas out, my own concepts, and I would like people to see them and have them see the light of day and all that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the nice thing about yours is you're not committed to one type of content. There's very much a variety of different things, so it's not like if people are watching, they're most likely watching for you and your take on things rather than just the content itself.
Yeah.
So it allows for opportunities for people to check out original stuff you want to do as well, which is very nice.
It's just that people are gonna get that idea, but people are gonna get the idea still because there will be nothing but Murder Drone stuff uploaded here for a very long time.
Yeah, well, that's where you got to be careful that you don't do too much, or I mean, obviously, like you said, it's going to be a lot, but you don't. Like, maybe do some other stuff in between as well, just so people, like, the algorithm doesn't just assume you're solely a Murder Drones channel.
Well, if that ends up being the case, that's fine. I'm already imagining that I'm probably never gonna make a FNAF video again, but I would still, like, stream FNAF games on the side. Because here's the thing, gaming videos don't work anymore, so I thought, well, if I'm working as this as my series, and I don't want to upload a gaming video to break the chain and ruin the analytics, why not just stream the games?
That's true. That is true. It's a lot more relaxing that way, too.
Yeah, you don't have to edit it, too. It's just, like, it's just great. You could just go live, interact with chat, and play it. Like, yeah. By the way, I currently got this part of the frame done, and you could see how long this took. This alone.
Yeah, it looks like it took quite a while.
But there you go. You got to see the whole magical process, pretty much.
I can see why it's taken so long now.
Yeah, we've been talking for like over 2 hours. Granted, I would have had this page done if I was by myself, but I wouldn't have traded this part of the day for the world. So, like, I'm glad you took the time out of your day to talk to me, bro. This was fun.
I'm grateful you invited me.
Oh, yeah. Gosh. Plus, by the way, we were talking about how the Mimic affected the main story of the series. You didn't pay attention to Help Wanted 2, and there were actually some important reveals that I do need to disclose. So, alright. So, Glitch Trap is supposed to be dead, right? Because of the curing Vanessa ending, that's supposed to be the end of Glitch Trap, right?
That is true.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Well. So, Help Wanted 2 came out, and it was an amazing game. It's great. It's probably my most favorite in the series. But it definitely brought in a new bunch of lore ideas. So, when you play Help Wanted 2, the main hub is the FNAF 6 location, and it's like in its prime, you know? Where it's like all good and stuff. Alright?
Uh-huh.
Well, what happens is that the more you play the game, You find glitch trap files on your computer, and you're wondering why that is. And then the more you play the game, the more you get a Faz wrench from Ruin. And what you do is that you go to a certain door, and I don't know, should I take a break and, like, screen share you, like, what happens, or do you want me to just tell you?
You can just tell me.
Alright. So, what
All
you
I
do-
know is that there's like a cutscene where Afton Glitch Trap gets squished, I guess. That's it.
Well, it's a little complicated, so you open the main door, right? And then through the Faz wrench. And then you go to a Princess Quest 4. There's a Princess Quest 4 in there. And right next to it is a poster saying take off your mask. And the moment you're there, you take off a Vanny mask. You were wearing a Vanny mask the whole time, and when you take the Vanny mask off, you're in the FNAF 6 location during security breach. It's left in ruins and everything. And it's an employee poster too. So what happened was after security breach burned down, because it still got destroyed, even after the glitch trap ending, which I don't know how it got ruined still, but it just did. And Fazbear employees were sent there with Vanny masks as required equipment. Because they were
I love how
sent
it's
to
modeled
repair.
after Vanny for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. So they were literally sent there with Vanny masks to repair the Pizzaplex. And the character you play as is Cassie's dad, and this is before Ruin, where Glitch Trap still has a bit of a hold on Vanessa, and so you play the games and you find that little bit of Glitch Trap code that still holds Vanessa, and what you do is that you destroy it by Vanny, like, crushing him, and Vanny's effectively gone after that, even though she does nothing in the game before this, so it literally doesn't make a difference.
She went out as she lived, useless.
Yeah. So the glitch trap is dead. Or so we thought! Because there's like these Fazbear figures that are like, look like G1 Transformers. And you collect them all, and then you get the container, and Glitch Trap goes out of that container, and then controls the staff bots and kills you. Yeah, so Glitch Trap is still around. So we currently, and the Blob is canon, by the way, because you find him in Ruin.
Oh, fantastic.
The Blob is canon because you find him in Ruin. So now we currently at large is the Mimic still, because he didn't die canonically in Ruin. Glitch Trap and the Blob. So those three guys are all still around canonically. Their stories have not ended yet, and they're still threats.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I'll stick to the one-off games for now.
Yeah.
Have fun with them.
Exactly. But yeah, so that pretty much happened, and it did another lore reveal where Mapbot was actually Cassie's dad stuffed inside it, because you could see Mapbot having a brain if you put on the mask in Ruin. And the ending continues.
Well, at least they pre-thought of that one.
Yeah. And then you could see through Mapbot's eyes, and that ending, giving Cassie the mask, that's actually pretty cool. But it doesn't change the fact that, yeah, so they hype up Glitch Trap to be brought back for 2 years, then they kill him off immediately, and now they bring him back again. So they literally do not know what to do with this man.
Yeah,
Especially...
I hate this, 'cause the stupid quote, I always come back. It's like, it's taken too fucking literally these days.
Exactly. They literally have Afton's death animation in the game files of Security Breach. So they literally don't know what to do with this guy. Like, look, like, here's the thing. I do not care how many times Afton gets brought back. I just want him to be written well, and he's not. That's why I'm upset. Because he's probably never going to get written well again at this rate.
No, to be honest, or at least for me, I felt like it went downhill the moment Sister Location came out, because up until that point, all we knew was he was just some sick, twisted freak who just got off on murdering kids for whatever reason, and then they gave us, not only did we finally get his name, which that was pretty cool to finally know the name, but it completely changed his entire personality with this concept that he is this broken father who lost his kids in tragedies, and then also, and I know I get shit for it too, because I kind of did it with him in Twisted Truth, which I'm like, now I wish I didn't do it, but making him the mad scientist, kind of like, there's a way to find eternal life. It just seems so ridiculous at this point.
That is
and
like
so
that is some cartoon villain shenanigans, bro.
yeah, it's just, it completely ruins the character entirely, because at this point he was supposed to be a scary, twisted freak.
Yeah, okay, I am satisfied with how he was taken down in Twisted Truth, but the way he went out was literally like a cartoon villain. It did kind of feel a little underwhelming, but like...
No, yeah, and
I was
absolutely, I made it that way.
I was satisfied, though.
I figured a cartoon ending for a cartoon character, in which I'm kind of like, because even, like, that was another beef I have with Twisted Truth. I don't like how I made him... Because originally it was a cool idea, right? But then you think about it more and more, and you realize how stupid it is and how cliche it is of Afton being that, like, mad scientist kind of, like, person. But I guess it works for the story I was trying to tell. But I do very much miss the twisted mystery aspect of him, the psychopath who's just a monster for monster's sake. He's not really... there's no, like, other thing. There's no other objective other than killing to kill for killing's sake.
Bro is legit Randall.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. It's definitely been a wild ride for the franchise. And I think Security Breach is just the perfect example of showing a lesson where, like, you don't need a big budget to make a loved and amazing game. You just need a good story to tell.
Yeah.
You just need to make iconic characters, a good, fun way to play a game, and a good story. That's all you need. Because the FNAF games are cheap. The FNAF games are cheap. They are very cheaply made in terms of other games being made nowadays. But the reason why those games aren't remembered is they don't have any of those aspects I just mentioned as strong.
Story very much carried the early FNAF games, like you said. And then the horror aspect was new at the time. Now it's not anymore, right? But back then it was innovative with how it presented horror, but very much the mystery of the story is what kept most people returning. And I feel like they're still trying to tell a story, but like you said, one, it's not a very good story, and it has to either rival or be equivalent to that of the original story, and it just hasn't been that way for a while.
It's not a story, it's Swiss cheese.
It is, it really is. There's nothing is set in stone, it seems like. It very much constantly changing. And I guess the main story for the old games was that way, but at the same time, every time something changed, it would make it better compared to this, where it's just like retconning things and then killing off characters that aren't actually dead. They come back because they always do. You know, it's I don't know. I'm just gonna watch the movies from now on.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just that I don't know. Alright, the thing is, I actually think Steel redeemed themselves because I actually think Ruin and Help Wanted 2 were actually very good. Even though this overall story didn't get much better, but it was a more satisfying way. I liked the new concepts they introduced way more than Security Breach. The games were actually playable and fun to experience. Because Ruin is so much more fun to play than Security Breach. It did not need to be a big open world thing. It could have been, like, because Ruin was very linear, it was a short experience, but it made me more satisfied than Security Breach ever did.
Uh-huh. That's fair, that's fair. I think like I said, I think gameplay-wise, it definitely seemed a lot more fun than Security Breach was. It was a lot less repetitive, there was a lot more unique, cool things to do.
Also, I loved the withered animatronic designs in that game of like Monty, Chica, and Roxy. They were really cool. Ruined Monty is literally one of my most favorite characters in the... Ruined Monty is literally one of my most favorite, I don't know, characters in the franchise. I really like his design, even though he's just pretty much like a dog, an angry little dog.
I was gonna say, he still doesn't have legs, huh?
Nope.
Yeah. How much longer do you plan on streaming for? I don't mean to sound rude, I'm just curious.
Oh no, you're good, you're good. I'm gonna finish this page, and then I'm immediately gonna end the stream afterwards.
Alright, because, yeah, it's getting... I mean, it's not late, but it's about time I get some food. I haven't eaten anything today yet.
Oh, what'd you have today? Anything, like, you haven't eaten anything yet today?
Well, cereal. I haven't had, like, a full-on meal. I eat cereal for breakfast, and then I just pretty much wait till it's time for dinner.
I went to pick up my paycheck.
And then I go get something.
I went to pick up my paycheck, and then I got some mastacholi later. It was pretty good.
Some what?
Mastacholi. Do you know what that is?
What is... No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, imagine really big straight macaroni noodles instead of spaghetti noodles. And, like,
I only imagine gay macaroni noodles.
What? But, like, but nah, like, spaghetti noodles... Okay, it's spaghetti, but with different noodles. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of that. That's a new one to me.
So, what was your most favorite episode of any of these series you made to make? What was your most favorite one to make?
Let me look at all the episodes I've made, because there's a lot I actually don't even remember that I did. I could do a whole new rewatching of the old stuff and be like, I did that?
Because I did see a few of some of these, and I could tell that you had fun making those.
Yeah. I don't know which ones I could say are, like, my favorite. I don't really remember the creative process of a lot of these, because it's been a long time, 4 years. 4 long years. These final 2, though, were pretty good. I enjoyed how they came out, and making them was pretty fun too, I guess. I don't think I have an answer for that, to be honest. I don't think I know I don't think I could pick a favorite episode out of everything I made. Right now, I'm just looking at Twisted Truth by itself, and I still can't think of something specific.
Twisted Truth definitely went through some rails, because like I said, you made that video, you vented about, oh, no, not into FNAF anymore, then you kind of got back into it later on. And it's a combination of that and just, alright, this is taking too long to do. Because in between the series, it was around the time of that, like, that Ennard versus the Fun Times, where you made a poll saying, do you want more time spent on these but better animated, or less time and same quality? Everybody said yes, more time, better animation, and you did stick with that for a while, I could definitely tell. But yeah, like I said, you lost your passion, and this probably ended up taking too long, so you went back on that, and finished the series with the prior plan. Did I get that lore? Did I get that accurate in the Magma Ren lore?
Pretty much, yeah. A lot of, like, very much. I mean, I definitely you could see the deterioration in like which of the like I stopped animating the mouths because that just got super time consuming, and again not wanting to make it as well as just being kind of done with FNAF for a bit. I just did not. I sacrificed that quality. And then even some of the movement too. Like it's harder to make out now unless you're really paying attention, you'll notice it. But like if a character is running, it's literally the same two images just going by quickly. Like I used to like fully animate like the arms throwing around and everything, but now it's more of the illusion of animation where it looks like it's animated, but in reality it's not. It's just like several images on repeat, but since they kind of like jump really quickly, it looks like they're going. It looks better animated than it actually is. And I guess animation is the illusion of life. You know, it's not necessarily. It's like that's the whole point of animation is to give something, make the illusion that something's alive. But there's ways to make it look really alive, and there's other ways to make it look like cheaply done alive. And I definitely go some of the cheaper routes at some points for sure. But I think. Now that I'm looking at it, I think I might go with when Silver came back with Death Trap and fought the rest of the Twisted Animatronics, just because I look at that and I'm like, I'm kind of proud of that fight scene a little bit. I mean, it definitely could have been better, and I actually kind of wish it was longer now, but it wasn't that bad. At least to me, it didn't seem that bad.
Alright. Actually, you just reminded me of something, so... I thought it was really cool where you brought Silver back out of nowhere, because I thought he was dead even after he came back as a Twisted Wolf, because he's basically a zombie at this point. Why did you decide to revive him? Because he didn't really accomplish much after he got brought back, after the Twisted Animatronics were taken out.
Yeah, I would say that was more his return was, and even kind of like with actually no, the other ones were to help fight the Twisted Animatronics, but I mean his was more so to also possibly do a spin-off thing with those characters. It was just a setup to bring them back. And I guess like you said, he came back, killed those animatronic, the twisted ones, finally putting an end to it, which I felt was kind of poetic that he kills the Twisted Animatronics after they were his whole plan from the beginning to have those that help him. But yeah,
I
it was
did not notice that until now.
Yeah, interesting, right?
That is
the man who started it all destroyed the very creations he was using to help with his plans. But yeah, it was more so to finally kill off the Twisted Animatronics, because I feel like the whole Twisted series kind of grew on its own to where it didn't really need the Twisted Animatronics anymore. So I was like, I'll kill them off early since I don't really know what to do with them.
Well, there's only so much you can do with mindless zombies that don't do anything other than eat people. So
yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
It was, their death was 100% necessary.
You're watching a toothbrush.
And thinking about it now, I was like, man, wouldn't it have been cool if like those Twisted Animatronics were protecting Afton in the finale, and the final battle wasn't the animatronics against all the guards. It was also against the Twisted Animatronics. But
by the time you
obviously
realized
that didn't happen.
By the time you realized that they were already dead, which it's fine.
No, yeah, that's true. And I'm happy because then the finale would, like you said, to be even. I'd still be working on it right now. I probably would have just been finished with the second part because I would have had to have killed off every single one of those Twisted Animatronics, which I would have wanted to do them justice and give them their own unique deaths and stuff. But then that would have required a lot more work put into them than I was willing to give.
Yeah, I remember that in the Twisted Animatronics, they literally killed the Twisted Animatronics killed their own Chica. Is that because there wasn't canonically a Twisted Chica, or is it because you just didn't want to do another version of her?
No, it was because canonically there was no Twisted Chica.
That's fair.
Like there wasn't in the book. The Twisted Wolf was basically the Twisted Chica for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Now I think about it. What the fuck was the point of the wolf?
He's literally the Twisted Wolf serves no purpose.
Yeah, he's just another monster to go against, I guess.
There was literally no explanation of him, and he's not a Foxy replacement because Twisted Foxy is in the story as well.
Yeah, he's kind of just there. He's, if anything, like you say, he's supposed to be the Chica replacement, but why? Why not just do Chica? But regardless.
He's just there. It's the same,
Yeah, he's just there.
It's the same thing as Roxy replacing Foxy. Like, she's just there. Like, there's no special reason why.
Amalgamations of Scott Cawthon's mind are a mystery. But yeah, so I killed her off. Well, I didn't do the Twisted Chica because there was no Twisted Chica, and I didn't want to like make my own design, especially since I kind of I mean, I think now I don't know if it's even official or if it's just a fan made one everybody's accepted, because I'll get messages still being like, there is a Twisted Chica. I'm like, I haven't seen it. Where is it? So I don't know if it's like a real thing.
I don't know if Scott Cawthon drew the artwork for the Twisted animatronics. Do you know who did that? I don't remember.
I don't remember her name, but I.
Oh, it was. It was Lady Fizzy, wasn't it?
I don't know, honestly. I don't even know who that is. Is that the one that did Silver Eyes?
Twisted animatronics artist. Okay, Lady Fizzy. Oh, gosh dang it. Oh, no.
What does that mean?
Do you know about the Lady Fizzy situation that happened, like, a while ago?
There's, like, new Twitter drama every day. I don't keep up with this stuff anymore.
Okay.
No, what happened? She a creep?
So, to summarize it pretty much, it was a little after the books because she's a major face in the community. She was a major face in the community. She made multiple novel covers. Made so much of the art. But what happened afterwards was frickin' at some point a while ago she made a representation comic of the killing of the children, and it was a pedo killing, and she got let go because of that.
Is it so fucking hard for people to just not be this way? Like, what is wrong with people, man?
2024 is the pedo year. I've been making that joke with my brother because
It feels like it.
So many people have gotten exposed for being pedos and creeps this year compared to every other year. It's actually insane.
I'm just happy Mr. T-Lexify beat his allegations, but anyways, that's besides the point.
Yeah, pretty much. Kyle Allen Music, he beat his allegations and released a plushie right afterwards. Honestly, respect for the man.
That's nice.
Even Mr. Beast can't escape from it from the Chris Tyson situation.
Yeah.
Gosh. But yeah, frickin'. Okay, so that happened. But basically, what I'm trying to say is that the artist of the Twisted animatronics, she also did a Twisted Chica.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, so that's probably where that comes from then.
Yeah, and there's actually merch of her too. Official merch. So like this is the same artist as, yeah, this is the same thing. So Twisted Chica is an official character. She's just not in the story. And there's actual merch. A Funko Pop.
Very nice. Good on them, Scott. Good on that.
They did it for the closure, and then they made a Funko plush, and she looks ugly as heck.
Well, they all do. They're Twisted animatronics. Oh, well, that does look more ugly in particular.
That looks dumb.
All right. Well, I think I'll have to end it on that note for me, because I'm getting, my stomach is growling a lot now. So I'll probably have to head on out here now and go eat something.
Hey,
I'm disappointed this exists, though.
Yeah, yeah. But like, all right. Oh, so you're gonna head out now?
Yeah, I think it's about time.
Hey, dude, I was happy we got to have this team up. Thank you so much for giving me the time of day. You barely knew me, and thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. It was a great time. I've never really collabed with anyone, so this is my first collab. So hopefully we could do more in the future.
Oh, I was about to say, hope we could, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down for that. This was a great time.
Because I don't know. Was there anything that we discussed that made you feel off, or did you not have any
No.
problems or anything?
Not really. I am happy camper the entire time. So.
Alright. Well, I'm glad we pretty much got to vent about the things we hate. That's great.
Yeah, that was a great time. I'm sure we'll find some more stuff by the next time we do a collaboration like this. Who knows? Maybe we'll see. Maybe I would love to do some collabs on my channel too. Maybe if I do a stream or something. We'll see though. I don't know. I'm still warming up to doing with other people first of all. So we'll see.
All right. Well, hey, God bless you, man. Take good care.
You yeah, thanks. So long, chat. Thanks for stopping by.
And
I'm acting like it's my own stream.
And thank you for everything you've done. You're a legend, and I can't wait to see what you've got working on in the future.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing your thing too when it's finished.
Yeah, bro. Get hyped for September, bro. It's gonna be the month.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be the month of Sir Yaluzel.
Canonically. Why not?
Yeah. Alrighty then. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, take care, man. Alright, chat, he's gone. Time to take out the PNG. Wow, that went so much better than I thought. I thought it was going to end up bad. Bye, Mac. Everybody in the chat say bye, even though he's already gone. You're not... I'm not going to have you floating. I'll drag you down. Also got the Sonic Frontiers music playing, because that music is freaking peak. Okay. Man, that was cool. I've watched this guy for years, chat. I can't believe I actually got to chat with him, bro. That was great. That was awesome. I was so worried that I was gonna mess this up. I was so worried, but no, it's fine. He's actually chill like that for real. That's great. Wow. Well, things get weird in the chat earlier. Well, if I didn't notice it, then it must have not been that bad. And besides, you probably did a good job as a moderator, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Gosh, her head is too big, but there's nothing really I can do about it now. I might redraw this, but I'm kind of mixed on that, because this frame over here does look pretty fine. But it's not supposed to... I don't know. It's a combination of multiple aspects. Wait a minute. Chat! I'm cooking! Hold on! Hold on! Her head's too big, right? I got big. Her head might be big, but my brain is bigger. Hold on. Hold on. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. I came up with the idea. Her head is big, but my brain is bigger. Alright, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. I don't know if that is connected to this or not. Please don't be connected. If he's connected, then this kind of falls apart. But it's fine. It's a little scuffed. Do not move. I think this could work. I just have to do a little bit of redrawing. I think this could work. I solved my own problem. Let's go. I will have to adjust this later, but I'm coming back to that. I'm not worrying about it now. So, Yellow, do you think a Husk can gain sentience like a normal person when Sin Silver gets defeated? No, because the Husk is not a living person. It's an extension of Sin. So if Sin dies, they all die. The Husks are not disassembly drones like Envy or J. They do not have individual personalities. They're just mindless creatures that can go out of control sometimes. And the only reason why I wrote the whole out-of-control plotline side thing is so literally Jay could have something to just wipe out. That's literally it. So that probably... The whole Husky losing control over thing or whatever, that's probably not going to become relevant again in terms of the Husks. I'm here... We literally ran, like, this conversation has been going on for so long, we ran through the entirety of Sonic and the Sacred Rings and Sonic Knight of the Wind, Black Knight, whatever. That's how long we've been talking. That's crazy. I'm happy. We had that much to talk about. I thought we were going to be dead silent the whole time, to be real. I'm here, reaching for across these new frontiers. My head and fight these fears. In my hand I hold the ones I love. I was on this live first. Oh, that's pretty cool, Uzi. Uzi Dorman, let's go. Standing here, knowing that it's also clear. Ha 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 ha! Standing here. These new frontiers. In my hands I hold the ones I love. I forward to the golden. All the new horizons. Ah, W song. Sound the alarm, I love this one. If I can hurry up and get this done before the song ends, that would actually be perfect. I need to listen to this song again. Vandalize, I mean. Mimic is in the back rooms. He probably is. Sorry, I haven't been... Guys, I know... Guys, chat, I'm sorry that I have not noticed your regular messages, but that's literally what happens when you're in a deep conversation with someone. You forget about everything else. It happens to me multiple times when talking to a customer, which is why I get left behind. This looks a little scuffed. I'll see if I can adjust this. that's better. That looks so much better. That looks so much better, chat. No whoa, yeah, Uzi plush, I don't know. Even if it was, like, cut off, I don't think that was really necessary. I'm watching you. Probably won't, but I got a mod on live.
You gotta hear about this. Go from idea to illustration faster with generative AI in Adobe Illustrator. Generate custom graphics, create seamless patterns, and instantly fill shapes with detail and color. Try Illustrator today. You won't be sorry.
Compromise does not exist. Three step meets the rest. But yeah, chat, my day has been pretty interesting. I'll try not to have you guys bored or whatever. So, what went down is pretty. Oh, by the way, Alex. Oh, I need to make Alex a mod. Hold on. I completely forgot to do that this whole time. Okay. Opera, close. I do not wish to operate you right now. I just got back and I'm a mod now? Well, yeah, bro, because I forgot to do that. Because I trust you with all that. Just read the rules in the description. If you're wondering who to put in timeout or block and all that. Because I do have a set of rules in the description of the stream. Yo, his world. Hello there, buddy. Alright. You shall be a standard mod. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to bore you guys, so let me tell you a quick story. Okay, so I got up in the morning, and I went to go get my paycheck. And so I did that. But then before I left, I was messaged by someone that, hey, you should get like a wrist rest or whatever. Oh, I love this song so much. But like, okay, so I got that. And I got the message saying, okay. And then I checked my pants. I checked my jeans. And this was like, I checked my jeans that I wore like yesterday. And they had a hole in the unmentionables area. Which, by the way, chat, if you guys didn't know, if you sit crisscross for too long with jeans on, then there's going to be tears down there. So I had to go get a whole new pair of jeans. So I checked the measurement size of the jeans, and then I went to go to the store to not only get my paycheck, not only to check out the wristband, but also to see if I could get a replacement pair for the same size. And I did. It's a different material. So then I got back, but on my way back, I found that they were selling a Beetlejuice version of Fanta, and it was like a green apple flavor. So I got it, and it actually tasted pretty good, but I didn't finish the whole thing, because your boy don't have sugar intake like that. I try to be healthy. So like, as I was having it on the way back, though, it does the thing that all cold drinks do, where water oxidizes from the outside of the container. Which, I don't like it when it does that, because it makes it less comfortable to hold. You get braced with a bunch of cold water. Freaking on the side. Like, my gosh. It is... No. Crisscross applesauce. Yeah, I sit like that while I draw, okay? It's comfortable for me personally, like, physically. It's physically comfortable. Granted, my legs do fall asleep a lot, so... I do that, right? And, like, usually when my legs fall asleep, I have to get up, and then I have to go through the grueling process of them waking up. Usually I have to do it when I gotta take a shower, and then, or, like, when I gotta, because I shower every day. I don't want to be gross. So then, I go and do that, right? But every now and then it's just, like, it's just to wake them up. So, regardless of the point, I got everything that I was looking to get done today. And me and my girlfriend had a talk today, and it was very nice. She's a very wholesome and Christian, like, she's Christian and she's a very wholesome and kind person. And I am lucky to have her in my life. We were talking about whether or not we should watch Lord of the Rings, because she's not a magic fan. She thinks magic is bad. Because of her religion. Because of our religion, because her and I believe in the same thing. But she actually messaged me today saying, oh, well, Lord of the Rings is actually written by this hard-time Christian. Yeah, okay, we can watch Lord of the Rings. I'm sorry that I doubted you. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I had to do my rizzing techniques. I told her it was fine over the phone. And it was alright. So we ended up having that talk, and that was legit the only time we ever actually disagreed on anything. Everything else, we have very similar interests. But discussion of, like, whether to not watch Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings was, like, the only time we ever actually disagreed on something. Because I don't mind magic in fiction because it's not real. And she minds it, because it's, like, calling upon otherworldly, like, powers and all that isn't God and all that. But I do find, I don't know, I respect her wishes. I do. But I also find it kind of silly that she also, is a #1, her most favorite thing is Spider-Man, and there's literally magicians in the Marvel Universe. You ever heard of Doctor Strange? But I'm not gonna bother her about that, no, because it's her boundaries and I have to respect them. You ever met somebody like that, chat? You ever met somebody who's just doesn't like magic, even if it's just fictional? God bless you, bro, even though I like Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. No, I like those things, too. And I'm excited to watch Lord of the Rings with her and all that. Like, I love both of those things. I grew up with Lego Harry Potter on the Wii. That was fun. What about Star Wars? No, she's a Star Wars fan. She likes it. In fact, her first Star Wars movie was A New Hope, and it was actually recent because she has not seen Star Wars until like this year. I know, crazy, right? She has not seen a bunch of classics. And that's just because she lives in a different part of she lives out there, so she does not know a lot of things that your normal person would know about. The only anime she watched was like Sonic X. Uzi Dorman, English or Spanish? That's crazy. Who has mentioned me? Darth Vader. I could see why Christians like me would hate magic characters, but as long as I'm not practicing it, I'm fine. Yeah, that's pretty much my thought process too. But regardless, I do respect her wishes and all that, and she decided to watch Lord of the Rings with me anyway, so it all worked out in the end, so that's good. And it's hard to make time for everything, because I only see her once a week, because besides doing this, I have another job, I have college, and it's just hard to make time for everything. I'm not putting anything over her, chat, but at the same time, I'm trying my best to make time for everything. Because everything I do nowadays is important. I have not had any free time at all. I have not had free time in months. I don't know why that comment was funny. I'm not going to read it out, though. My first introduction to cartoons was Popeye. Based! Popeye the Sailor Man. Yeah. Man, this song is so much cooler than the actual character. Infinite sucks. Who is gonna save you now? I've been talking so much that my innards are starting to hurt, so I need to chill. I'm almost done. Did I not draw this properly? I think it looks fine. I think I did good with the indents on the table. I think it looks good. And I definitely fixed the Lizzie issue with her head being too big. So I'm glad I got through that. Alright, chat. Most favorite fast food place. I'm locking in on mine. Burger King. I'm sorry. I think the Whopper is the best fast food burger. Y'all can sue me. You definitely need to end this stream if your organs are feeling all hurty. I'm feeling a little bit better now. But like, yeah, the stream's about to end. This page took way longer than I thought because I literally did not know what to draw. But I like doing it that way because even you don't know what you're gonna get. And I like that feeling of when I'm making these panels.
Is your phone bill eating your hard-earned dollars? Then stop whatever you're doing and
Do not support ad blocker. People need to make their money, but I will mute you. Yeah. Okay, there we go. McDonald's. Alright, no offense, bro, but I'm not... McDonald's is my least favorite. Because, like, McDonald's is good. But I wouldn't go there if I had other options. Because I would rather pay extra bucks for, like, a really good burger than, like, a buck or two for an alright burger. Because McDonald's burgers are good, but there are definitely... other places serve better burgers. Fast food kind of sucks. Well, yeah, that's why whenever me and my girlfriend go out for a date, that's why I always take her to a restaurant instead of a fast food place. The only times I have fast food is when, like, I want something on the go. I want something on the spot. And if I were to pick any location, it would be Burger King. It would be Burger King. Sorry, I got lost in the booba for a second. All right, because I didn't know whether I wanted to add a mark there or leave it there. I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. You and I are on the attack. Yep. Full speed ahead, bro. Interesting. Fist bump. Yep. Zero Designation V. Why are you so cringe? I'm just a guy with ADHD venting, bro. I can't really do much, bro. I'm working hard on this. What do you like? Sorry, my commentary skills are not that great. Not everybody can be moist, critical, or Asmon Gold. I'm sorry. Uba? I don't know what you're talking about. What? I never said anything. Good. Sonic Forces was kind of boring. Yeah, Sonic Forces was kind of boring. I'm sorry. I like Sonic Forces in terms of, like, the scale. It's a high-scale game. There's a lot. The campaign isn't that much, but it's, like, jam-packed with stuff, though. And I think they did succeed in what they were trying to go for, in terms of what they were trying to do for that game. But it just didn't work because there were so many aspects that weren't given enough attention. The writing wasn't, it just wasn't there, bro. It just wasn't there. Penguin Zero would heavily disagree with you because he hates Burger King. Alright, then he can fight me. Okay. I'm gonna be boring and stand here. Oh, okay, Uzi. You are free to do as you wish. We need a Halo and Murder Drones collab, dude. That would be kind of cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another text box with some wiggle effects right here. Also, fist bump, it just sounds so corny, I'm sorry. I know that Sonic is for everybody, for kids and for anyone, any fans alike, but like, I don't know, fist bump, it's okay. It's definitely not in my favorites. I'd rather listen to Supporting Me from Sonic Adventure 2, I'm not even gonna lie. This sounds like a distant love letter song. Murder Drones X Jojo Lion? What do you mean by that, bro? Are we talking about Murder Drones X JoJo's Bizarre Adventures? Or Murder Drones X JoJo Siwa? I don't think I want either of those things. Would Murder Drones work as a video game? I do think it can. I think it can. Because there's so much versatility and everything. But it needs to be handled well. I can imagine it being pretty fun in a Suicide Squad type gameplay, but it just needs to be a good story. The game's campaign needs to be a good story, and the characters' abilities need to be 100% fun to use, because the potential is literally right there. I hate it when people don't put in work and take an IP they didn't make, and then they have everything at their disposal to make something really good, but they just don't. That pisses me off. Stop ignoring the potential of IPs that others can dream to own or share ownership with. Frickin' stop it. It pisses me off. It just sucks. It sucks because it's just nothing but wasted potential. There's so many areas you could go, and you just go like, oh, well, this IP's already popular. We don't need to do anything special ourselves. Like, these are the kinds of people that I would never want to meet in my life. I like guitars. Yeah, that's fair. You gotta open your heart, dude. Yeah, I should. I should open the insides of my heart on surgery as they are trying to get a transplant open. I might not be here tomorrow. Hi. Hi, Naruto! 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 That was supposed to be a reference to the song that was playing? Oh, I know. I 100% know. Aaron Gamer YouTube. Would you rate my live stream thumbnails to see if they're good or bad? Hey, bro, Aaron, I trust you too, bro. You know what? I'll make you a mod. Let me see. Because I know you're a good guy. But before you do anything, read the frickin' read the description rules if you're ever about to ban someone. Or put them in timeout. So there you go, buddy. Sorry we haven't been able to hang out for a while. Like I said, I've had legit no free time. The only free time I'm about to have for, like, the past many days is trying out the new Fortnite season tomorrow morning. And then it's legit back to work. By the way, chat, I'm not giving mods to just anyone. These are all people that I've interacted with before. Aaron Gamer YouTube is someone I've been on VC with before in the Magma Call, and Jav Day 2008 has been a long-time fan artist of the channel. Alright, he's produced some good fan art. I liked it, especially with the catnap thumbnails. Bro is goated. So, yeah, I'm not giving this to anyone. If we have never interacted, chat, you are not getting mod. That's just how it works. But I'm not gonna give mod to everybody that I've interacted with, though. Well, the other live did not start, so I came back. Play Fortnite tomorrow? Yeah, I'm gonna stream the new Fortnite season for a while. Looks like you came back for more! Yeah! I don't know why I'm like this. Live and learn. On the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn. Lizzie, actually, you know what? Now that Naruto's in the chat, it'd be fair to reference that Lizzie is legit going Sasuke mode. You don't have a clue how I feel. That's crazy. You don't have a clue how I feel. You don't get to tell me about your problems, too. Only I can feel bad. Like, goofy, ah. I'm the last person who should be saying that, but I'm saying it anyways. What's your current level for the season of Fortnite? Oh, I just reached level over 130. I do not care about maxing out the battle pass. I just glad that I got the coolest Megalodon style. The blue nitro, that looks awesome. You gotta live and learn, chat. You gotta live and learn, so you can no longer be Goofy Ah. The only way to stop being Goofy Ah is to live and learn. Lizzie's gonna live and learn, alright? The Mimic is not in Fortnite, so Fortnite's a bad game. Facts, bro. We need FNAF in Fortnite right now. You gotta follow your rainbow. You can't stick around, chat. You gotta keep moving on. There's only one place to find you. You gotta keep moving ahead. I'm not gonna listen to you guys. You guys follow my plan instead. Just take my hand, and I'll set you free. Not in a weird way. Oh my gosh, not in a weird way. Do not get that out of context. People are probably gonna take this out of context. Oh, nor. I'm the next pedo debate. I'm the next pedo controversy. Let's go. W's in the chat. I'll make it through, though, chat. I'll prove it to you. I'm rolling around at the speed of sound right now to beat these allegations. I'm trying to escape the city, chat. I'm trying to escape the city of Twitter activists. No time for guessing. Just follow my plan. I got the perfect plan out of this situation. The Surrealism drama is insane. It's crazy. Could I eventually be in one of your streams? I don't know, man. I got a lot of friends, a long friend list, but I'll see if I can get to you at some point. Because, like, the only people that I've... the reason... Like, the friends that I've been collabing with streams at the moment have all been people who've, like, been working with me on the project. Magma Ren is, like, an exception because, like, he's the GOAT. He's, like, actually the GOAT. But, like... I don't know. Moist Critical gonna never cover the Sir Yell Rizzler drama. Bro had to bring that bit back. The one-time bit. Bro is a real fan. Most Critical is already making videos on your drama. How Surrealus will beat the false allegations. I used a domain expansion. Hollow Purple. Or Hollow Yellow, to be more accurate. Okay, that was just goofy. I pray to Magma Ren. And then there's me, who's a stream moderator. Yo, Rizzler will never die. Yeah, he's immortal in some alternate universe. Enraged N killed him in this universe, but he's immortal in a different one. Where brain rot is actually funny. Actually, it does matter who's wrong and who's right. What are you talking about, singer? Whoever your name is? I don't remember song artists. I'm sorry, I don't remember their names. Guys, there's a whole gigantic explosion about to destroy your house, but it doesn't matter because the song says so. It doesn't matter what happens. Tactical nuke incoming. World War III started early. Remember when World War III memes were the big hype train that were going on a while ago? That was like 2 to 3 years. I feel, oh gosh, the old vibe is coming back now. I DM'd you art of you that I drew a while back. Oh, that's cool! You should post that in the server, bro. That's great. I'll put down another invite for the chat. I'll put down another invite in case if anyone hasn't joined the server yet. Let me see. Okay, this is a Sonic Unleashed song. He's not looking back. This is me, after running past the allegation, the Twitter activists through town. I'm running and I'm not looking back. I am not looking back. I don't know when I will get to the summit. I don't know when I will get there. I got a whole new start, chat. You gotta start from somewhere. The possibilities are never ending. I see it, chat. I see the summit. It's all within my reach. Endless possibilities. Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Let me frickin' stop. But the endless possibilities, though. Y'all want anything from 7-Eleven? Yo, a slice of pizza would be great, man. I appreciate it. Chat, can you please wake me up when I get there? Okay, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Okay, they had to add the little extra rock bit at the end that just kind of lessens the song, kind of. I don't know. All right, chat, we're done. We're done. We got the next page done, and we're done. Oh, shoot, I gotta fix Lizzie's head. Hold on. Guy chat, Naruto is saying I love you, Uzi Dorman. I love my audience. Never in my life did I ever think I'd say that sentence. Naruto Uzumaki going, I love you, Uzi Dorman. Ah, yes. My favorite ship. Naruto x Murder Drones. This is crazy. I love my audience. I love my audience. Y'all are a national treasure that, like, nothing can replace. And I actually mean it when I say that. Thank you so much for tuning in. Y'all are the best. Yo, that's what I've been waiting for. Pretty much.
Sell at every stage of your business. Sell it online. Take it in person. And go big. Like a million orders big. Whatever your stage, this is
It only took 4 hours. Yeah. It's done, chat. Okay. Give y'all what out of 10. What out of 10 are we rating? Oh, this is perfect. We're ending it on the Sonic Color song. But what out of 10 are we rating this page? I'll wait. What out of 10 are we rating this page? I honestly give it a 6. It could have looked better. I do think it could have looked better. $7.5, that's fair. 1 meter out of 10. That's great. Mimic out of 10. Alright, bro's obsessed with the Mimic. Bro's trying to marry him. Bro's trying to get the Mimic in a wedding dress. Okay, bro, we get it. You fantasize about the Mimic. We got it, bro. 10 out of 10? I feel like that's a bit much. Yes, I want to bang the Mimic. Alright, bro. Could not be me, but okay. But yeah, y'all chat, now y'all know how long this takes. Alright, that's it. We're done. We are done. This page is finished. Alright, what number of page is this? We are on page 72. Alright, chat, thank you so much for tuning in. Y'all have been amazing. 7 out of 10 for effort. A. That's fair, that's fair. But yeah, you guys all take care. You guys all take care. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for tuning in. This was one of the best streams I've ever had. This was great. And this time, I'm not going to click end stream. There will be an outro playing. There will be an outro playing. Alright, take care now. Love y'all.